Let's find
Tell him
out.
to tell him that if he keeps adding you, he's gonna be banned.
For what? I don't even know what I don't know what he's saying. They say build a bitch. Need to put on our wake up, babe. Moonlight RPG is live. Hell yeah. Bigger ass and different boobs. I wonder if Shy's alive. And if he's not, who can I... Oh, Lindis.
Lindis is waiting.
Here you go, Lindis.
Yay!
Oh, fuck, a Borpa just messaged me.
Yeah, it's to say, give my toys now.
Ding, ding.
Ding.
Nice, Sunshine said she'd post the ad. Hey, Lindis, did you get a haircut?
It. I can go out into the world now.
Looking sharp.
Very
there.
beautiful. I like the mustachio too. It's extra strong.
I typically rock the mustache, but lately I've just gotten so bored and tired of shaving. But since I got my haircut, I was like, all right, now that I'm going to be a functioning member of society, might as well.
Are you a functioning member of society now?
Yeah, I went to I'm because my job is like outside sales, so I actually like went out today.
Where'd you go?
I started my day at a coffee shop and kind of did some work from a laptop, enjoying the real world, and then just kind of drove around, dropped at a couple businesses.
Wait, I actually don't know what you do.
Oh,
actually, you don't have to say we're live. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
I almost doxed myself Omega hard.
I mean,
Let's
right
talk
now,
about Squid kissing dudes.
God, I tried it. Didn't work out. Didn't like it. The facial hair.
Sure.
It's not soft enough. If I met a dude who had like ultra soft skin all the time, maybe like a little Chinese could probably pull it off, maybe. Or Asian, I guess. Oh, TL, nice sub. Congratulations. Goes towards Lancership. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, your old mechs on the thing are just from... being able to see.
Really damn now.
7 minutes. Feeling good. Dude, I was fucked. I thought I was gonna have to cancel today.
That second shot sucks.
Dude, it hit hard. Hit
Was it
real,
that rough?
it hit
Ours
real
was bad.
fucking hard. I was fine the first day, and then this morning I woke up like absolutely fucked.
Yes, no,
That's how
second
it was
day,
for us.
sore, fatigue, don't want to do anything that you don't have to.
Yeah, but I have a child, so I had to.
Yeah.
I sucked it up for my wife to recuperate while I just went out and hammered out a day and slugged myself around.
Fair enough.
Proud of you.
Took him to a water park.
Damn.
Jeez.
That's quite an impressive choice.
You
Nice.
couldn't find a movie, huh?
I haven't taken him to a
Not
movie
like-
yet, actually.
It's like that's
great,
where I
though.
would take somebody if I had to take my kid and I was demolished physically.
There's not much
Here, in this
out,
room.
I guess, besides Boss Baby, and I fucking hate Boss Baby,
That's
so I didn't want to take him to see that. There's a
You got
pop.
any of like those fun like retro theaters where it's like $3 and they play older movies?
Doesn't every retro
Oh.
theater only play like Hellraiser?
Nah.
We also only have like paved roads in the last 10 years. So
Okay. Well, then I feel like you definitely should have an old ass movie theater.
we
then.
did.
paved
It got
roads
bought.
on
It got
roads.
bought out and turned into apartment buildings.
Great.
Put up a parking lot.
Fair enough.
Got some nice. I got some nice
came-
vitamin C liquor.
Nice.
Great. I came armed with sticky notes.
Or what?
Nice.
Oh, just
Uh,
enough for like your. Because you
What do you mean, Squid? What do you mean for what?
Oh God.
There's a movie theater in Sherbrooke
Weird.
where I used to live, and the movies were like $5 to go there.
Mhm.
God, can you
It
imagine?
was great.
Can you
And the
imagine?
popcorn,
Matinee is not even $5 anymore.
As a child,
12.
I remember.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like $5 for the like afternoon price, you know. The
Korea
Yeah.
was still pretty
the week
cheap
afternoon price, but
when
still.
I lived there. And you could bring liquor and drink beer there. It was great. The dream
Nice.
was alive in Korea still.
We've got theaters now that are like restaurants and have waiters and they deliver
Oh,
liquor
bro,
and
we
shit.
have one of those
Yeah, I've
here.
seen
It's
some of that.
great.
But it's,
I don't know. I don't know if I'd want like a full ass meal while watching fucking Avengers.
Oh, it's great.
I feel
It's
kind of
great,
stuffy, but
great.
it's like
Me too.
I hate that. I'm like, why just let me have my popcorn? I want to watch my movie. I don't want to listen to like plates clicking.
I was
all
gonna
this
say I get
nonsense.
weirded out
Little
when I see people
interesting.
bringing like whole on nacho
You're
plates.
so far away. You're so far away from each other.
Yeah.
Hollywood is what it was called in Raleigh, and it was very fun. Cheesy as hell.
For
But
us,
that's
they
where you
have
go
like
for a
those.
kid's birthday party.
They have like
It was
those
great.
booths that you see. Like
Yeah.
I think they have a spot for like 6 people in the booth,
Hmm
and you just have a small table in the middle, and then you can enjoy your stuff. It's pretty great.
We got a Alamo Draft House.
That's what it is.
Ooh.
Before I moved.
Why?
Raleigh got an Alamo Draft House as they said "fuck you" and left.
I have a friend who's still in the triangle, and he's just like, I love everything about it. It's so great all the time.
That's
I forget
funny.
that you're from the area too, and you know what the triangle is.
I'm not from there, but he talks about it enough. Like he lives in Durham.
Yep.
That's what,
talks
that's where we
about it in
got
such-
our tattoos.
He's so whimsical about it all the time. He just loves it so much. And like I've been to Durham, I liked it,
Yeah.
but it wasn't.
I watched
like
a
this
show called
mystical,
Durham County, and
magical
it
place.
was like
Durham's not a magical place. I'd never hear anybody call it a magical place.
I don't know. If
This
he's
was like
called
a
that, but he
surreal
behaves
horror
like
show.
this.
Durham
Oh,
County.
God.
It's like an industrial. What? It's the city
Yeah.
itself. I'm not sure about the county. There's a
Sorry.
different thing. But it's right next to Raleigh, the city.
Is it in Durham County? No, there's no Durham County. It's still Wake County.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's a different Durham County. That is also a
He's talking
shithole.
about a horror movie.
Durham. Oh, it's a Canadian show. Oh, it's from it's it's Durham, Ontario.
There you go.
See, when I was younger, I lived in Fayetteville because I was
Oh.
an army
Oh,
kid,
yeah.
so I did know the Carolinas, but just like the boonies.
Gotcha.
Tobacco, 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 tobacco. A little bit of cotton, tobacco, tobacco.
That's Bragg, right? Or
Yeah, Fort Bragg.
yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is the slideshow fucking up?
Mhm.
I don't know. Because we're talking about the military. Too much North Carolina talk.
I hate the military.
Too much North Kakalaki talk.
Also, Squid, I need my names changed eventually, please.
What?
I need my legacy and like pilot names eventually changed. If that's
Oh
cool.
yeah. Can you not change those? I know you can't change the images.
Oh, can I?
I thought you
I
could
don't-
change the names.
I think you can change it on CompCon.
Can I? Can I? Can I?
What is your new call sign?
Vandal.
Ooh. Oh, I even see it updated right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Well,
Yeah.
on Zoom.
Let me see. Oh, right, because I did do that. I was remembered.
I'm gonna do the Pisces. I'm pogging. Pogging.
Pog?
Bing, bing, bing,
I,
bing,
it's
bing.
truly an icon.
Great.
It's good.
Great.
He's good
Careful,
shit.
we've been screenshotting a lot of calls in D&D games recently and making people's faces into emotes. So
Dude, I do
everybody's
that all
at
the time.
risk.
It's the best.
At risk.
So fun.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but that guy's face that you screenshotted looked very serious, but also sultry in a very weird way, and I was like, "What is
Michael's
this?"
weird. Michael's a weird human. That's why I said this weird man.
Yep.
That's all I got.
This weird man.
I really can't describe him any other way. So
I did a tarot reading for him, and he basically declared that was his destiny, to defeat Japan in writing and tell them that they don't know how to write a story. He does.
God damn.
Wow.
Newbie.
Like-
And I went, oh,
Them be fighting words.
okay.
Thanks for subbing, dude. Nice cock.
Yeah, so
That's
good for
I
him.
mean
Go
that's
1v1 with all Japan.
1v1 me, Prime Minister.
I 1v1'd him in that fighting game and won,
many
so
reasons.
it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm the best.
Got him.
We win. We win.
Do we have combat? I want to be a little gob.
If you
I
live, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you just love the qualified DM answers? It's like, hey, can we do a thing? It's like, yeah, if you don't fucking die beforehand. Bitch!
I'm serious.
Yeah,
You're in a
little-
bad place. You got ghosts in your
okay.
machines.
I'm cool.
Would you
I'm
say it's the ghost in
fine.
the machine?
That's what this episode's called. The ghosts in our machines.
Ghost in cat's shell.
It's gonna get real political up in here.
Just make
just
room for
another
combat.
bug in my firewall?
It's true. It's what the NHP would want.
Cloud management. Publish
Maveen's-
pilot data.
We're gonna get like Maveen's out of office email, and it's gonna be like, no casket. Looks like cat's dead.
Oh
Uh-oh.
shit! It's time. I didn't even notice.
Oh,
Or-
is that the dilemma? Kill Lancelot and take his casket, or Cat dies.
Oh god, it is now. All right.
No.
No, we'll kill Merlin instead. We like Lancelot. He a homie.
I know.
Whoa, whoa,
You
this is
talk-
ugly.
Merlin's
Maybe we
cool
have
too.
Excuse me.
Merlin's awesome.
How about you don't?
What if? I mean, you could.
I mean, what if
Somebody
Nothing.
3D print me a casket stat.
Alright, I'll do that. Give me a second.
Thanks, Zane.
R&D out of their
Print
tiny
me
little
a
box.
casket.
All right.
I'll whip you out a casket in like the 3 hours stat.
Beep, 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 beep.
And I'm just like,
Jesus.
what?
One more time.
Like, sorry, the plastic wasn't put in properly. I have to start over.
Dying.
No, you get the casket, and your favorite part is peeling all the plastic off.
I'm sorry you've exceeded your Maveen quota for the week. Please try again later. And she's got you all blocked right now.
Damn it.
All right.
Damn it.
Let's play Lancer.
Timing.
Previously
even
on
my
episode 8 of Cradle's Promise, I almost always say Descent into Avernus. The members of
Lancer.
WAC were woken up by an early visit from Maveen at their shell. First, congratulating them for their accomplishments thus far and informing them that there would be no grand award ceremony for their graduation. Lancers don't need to be showered with praise or their egos inflated. They and those around them know that they are the best already. What followed after a nice morning was some of the most stressful couple days in our Lancers' lives. Banshee and Legacy both had their hands forced to revealing to the party that they were not exactly who they presented themselves as. Legacy was acting as a replacement for a well-connected family's daughter so that they could have the honor of saying their daughter was a Lancer. Banshee doing everything in her hacker kit to help pull off the lie. And we learned that Legacy was in fact a person named Rezabel Vandelheim. Now, accomplishing Lancer status, decided that she did not want to give it up. The party spent most of the day stressing and planning ways to stop the family from arriving to the swap. Everything from corporate espionage to bunked blink gate codes, but finally settling on telling Mommy Maveen, who kind of took care of it, sort of. The Pettybones were to be arrested and Dell would be allowed to stay, but under a more watchful eye because of her compatibility and skills could not be denied. Meanwhile, Charlemagne had incredibly uncomfortable conversation with Lancelot, the hangar admin NHP. who had started to hear God and was refusing to self-report for cycling. Charlemagne remained calm on the surface and left feeling like he walked Lancelot off a very dangerous cliff. Or did he? Finally, Fox and Banshee were invited via their OmniNet hooks set up from before to join a DDoS operation from what people claim to be Horus. They joined a hostile and alien chat room with lots of wannabe hackers who were locking horns, waiting to be unleashed. One of the chatters seemed different from the others and made reference to Banshee. She decided to probe the stranger and ended up welcoming a volatile new NHP into her cybernetics. Her body and mind, unable to deal with the stress of having a ghost in her shell, rejected it, and she started to tailspin. In a panic, Legacy contacted Overseer Mavine to tell her of the emergency. Oh, and Fox started a nerdy after-school club in a shipping container.
Elliot.
That is where we left off. That is where we say Among Us in our chat. That is where we will pick up. Welcome back to the cockpit, Lancers. Oh, yeah.
The Lance.
Let's go back to Cradle.
Heard there are things here that could possibly be lanced.
Definitely
Not on my watch.
Lancing could happen.
I don't want to be near anything that needs lancing right now.
The pamphlet said
What if
there
it
was
needs a lot of
lancing.
lancing?
Where are we? Oh, there
We're in dire need of giant robots.
No lancing. Never.
Severe lack of lances.
All right.
Where's our jousting arena?
You already won. But build a bitch. Get out of there. Stop it. Okay. We are back into the place where we left off. Self-reporting Among Us. I hate it.
Lamp.
Not Among Us. It's
Let's put on The White Bat. Check out his music. It's free on YouTube and it's great and weird.
Sweet.
versions.
I am crediting you, White Bat. Please don't sue me. You said that would be okay. Here's your name right there. See, I did it. Is that too loud?
No, it's fine.
I'm just checking for me for the stream. Okay. You are all losing your shit as Banshee seems to be not in control of herself, kind of sprawled out in various places, jittery, one eye, constantly fogging over and displaying images that are not in her control. Furthermore, she's able to communicate, but Legacy, who's not Legacy anymore. Can you change your name on there?
I changed it in the character sheet and I re-uploaded it from CompCon, but it won't
it's just
change.
Here, I'll do it.
I think you have to re-pull your token.
So it's Vandal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pink. There we go. Inside the turtle shell, lights flickering, machines acting up as Banshee's unable to control the thing inside her cybernetics bouncing around inside her skull. Vandal, having just sent a message to Mavine letting her know that a new NHP had surfaced. What do you guys do? But you've said, I think we ended right when you said I called Mavine.
Yeah, I sent a message into her inbox that I sent to you last week.
Yeah.
Herod asked their name.
Yes, that happened. That was we were all in typing and shit, and I think I had asked, do you have a name?
Yep.
Oh yeah, you were typed in. You had your little laptop on your you're sitting with both your knees together on the couch, I imagine.
Yeah, me and Herod are peeking at a laptop, little tablet.
2 fingers, 2-finger typing, Herod.
15 WPM.
Yeah, the cliffhanger is do you have a name? ? He typed.
Mm-hmm. You can see it.
Oops.
Mm-hmm. Well, does it?
Oh, that's you. I'm gonna make a DM token right now. It speaks out of your cybernetics.
I know the answer.
do we continue to probe this? I'm going to be honest. I don't remember the direction I was heading with this one.
See what its name is.
What is its name, Charlemagne?
They're typing.
Charlemagne is typing.
Charlemagne?
Mm-hmm. No, Charlemagne's asking. He's just the one typing at the moment. Does that mean anything?
I doubt it.
I
very much
doubt it.
Google it.
Google.
Immediately I'm Googling that while Herod keeps fielding questions. I don't recognize that.
It's old world, before the fall. Let's say a god?
It's archaic. It's a deity, entity of some sort. And I look at Kat with just worry in my eyes now. Going.
I'm just trying to lay still.
Herod, why did the mention of God freak you out in a way that you knew something?
Well, not to be snide, but I think I'm in a position where maybe I want to keep a secret or two.
I suppose I understand.
I think if it matters, if it continues to come up, I will share it. But otherwise, I'm going to keep that with Kat myself. If we find our way out of this situation, he says with a wry smile, as there's just like sweat beads.
That is my friend, and that is her life at stake. So keep that secret carefully.
Of course.
There is a loud sound as a set of multiple boots set down outside of your door, and an override code is given as the door slides open. And whoa! Maveen makes her way inside with a large crew, as well as slowly
floating over.
Oh my god!
I wonder if I can turn that off. Although it is pretty funny.
Approaching.
No, it's very funny. Keep it.
The slow glide.
She appears behind her as a set of 4 R&D specialists who have a insane amount of tools, and as well at what appears to be a casket, if you'd be familiar with what it looks like.
Is that what I think it is?
How big is it? This one in particular is larger than what you saw on Lancelot. It'd be like the size of a fridge, I guess, roughly.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
A normal apartment fridge, not like a giant $8,000 one. And she comes in and says, "What has happened?"
Wait. Did somebody call for Maveen?
Yes, I called for Maveen. My friend is having an invasive NHP in her cybernetics.
Do we know it's an NHP for sure? And not a prank. Oh.
Morgan!
This is far beyond a prank.
Morgan!
It has a name. It is requesting a casket, and if that is what I think it is, it wants that.
It is. I've never seen one integrated like this with another, with a person so easily.
I show her the pad of the woman just like cleaning bloody clothes.
Good God.
To be clear, it is very antagonistic, has mentioned war and fate, as well as mentions the ability to, I think, speak to God.
Where did it manifest at?
I don't actually. I've come into this situation a little late.
We're not entirely sure in.
I look.
In an interaction.
I look at Vandal, going like, should I tell her or not? You know, just a quick look.
I think you get like a nod of hesitantly. I think so.
Well, it might be a little bit my fault. You know, for the thing that we talked about, we sent some feelers out, and that's the result of one of those feelers.
Wow. I'm not going to lie to any of you. This will be painful for her. It could be potentially fatal. We know that she will survive one way or another. There's no question about that. But I just want to be honest, Cat. Banshee. This is going to hurt.
It's hurting now.
Your cybernetics will need to be removed completely.
So my eyes go like, oh.
She has many.
Yes, she does. I'm sorry. The alternative is worse. Unless you care to see what the end result of leaving it unchecked would be.
I do not think that's the outcome we want.
Don't think so either.
I must say that whatever is inside of her is important for what we talked about, so if we could try to keep it.
Absolutely. There's... Sorry, just noticed Sunshine posted the ad, but posted it like she said it, which makes it funnier. Absolutely. This is your discovery as much as ours. R&D, you notice, has said nothing, but they put Zapad. Thanks for following. They put Banshee up on a gurney and start to jettison her away along with the casket, and like have hooked her up already to vitals to check on her and everything.
Unless they vehemently stop, I'm going with them.
Yeah, there's they're taking her to the med bay, to the temple. If anyone would like to go.
Yeah.
Nice Lancers, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I think we'll all go. Let it never
Don't
be
die.
said that Cat isn't ready to put her life on the
I'm
line.
dying. I'm side-eyeing R&D real hard. They're getting some side-eye.
That would bother them if they had eyes to be side at.
Well, I'm side-eyeing them.
I know.
If they don't notice.
They bring you in and instantly sedate you right away. Like you're instantly sedated, knocked out. You all notice right away, though, that even though she's sedated, her cybernetics are still firing off on multiple different levels. Like the part in her arms, her fingers are still twitching, the muscles still pinching, eyes fluttering, data being constantly pushed back and around, and it starts to get real ugly in terms of what this surgery looks like. They are extracting each piece like out of her flesh and cauterizing it each time they do. Ouch, indeed.
Out for this, I presume.
Ouchie.
She's out. Yeah, yeah. She's been knocked out.
Just making sure.
But what takes place is, like, have you ever? I mean, I don't want to get too heavy, but if you've ever been in a hospital and had to like wait for someone to have surgery, something that takes like 6, 7, 8, 12 hours, it feels like a week as you're sitting there watching this as much as you can stomach. Anyone who continues to watch, I'd ask that you make a stay cool or calm or some sort of, if you have a medical background, that would help. But it is, there's going to be a point where it's going to be tough to watch unless you are into this kind of shit.
I would think Herod would stay in the room, but definitely not be trying to make eye contact with what's happening.
Yeah, staying in the room the whole time, regardless. Patch and or just medical background of patching up a bunch of
you've seen you actually pulled in a corpse that looked worse than this recently.
Not that I'm particularly watching. I just want to make sure it comes out all right.
All right. I think Zane wanna try. I was trying to figure out if he would have worked with like.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say stay cool thing. If there's something else you would like to do, like you're kind of watching, that medical dome in ER where they're like she's splayed out on this table. If there's something else you would like to do,
Well, I'm not staying very
That's
cool.
accurate.
yeah, you start losing your shit when you hear like when the rib separator comes out, and it's
Then I would like to, instead of concentrating on that, I would like to concentrate on Vandal to try and calm her down using take control.
Ugh.
you
This is
know,
my
you-
childhood friend.
Try to bring
No,
her eye to eye and just go like, hey, everything's gonna be all right.
Unless you want to roll for it, you don't need to in this because she's like right about to punch through the window as the rib separator comes out, and you're just like, whoa! You grab a hold of her arm to stop her from throwing throw a punch through this glass, which you know it wouldn't break anyways.
They don't have a choice. No, they don't have a choice. It's either that they don't know how much time she has. They need to go quick.
Zane, they're fatal. They said fatal.
She can be cloned. They're doing the best they can. They're the best there is.
You don't
Calm down.
understand how much she does not want to be cloned.
Okay, I get it, but still, calm down. They're the best.
Watching.
Pisces Banshee, over the course of this insanity, you're slightly aware of where you are. None of it, you don't see any of the surgery. You're not awake for any of it, but it feels like you are in contact with this thing, and it is that kind of animalistic feeling again, that there is no conversation between you. It doesn't seem to talk outside of text, which what you were doing before, but it's that constant like sizing you up, flying in close, that's multiverse eye kind of staring at you and then backing off as it kind of circles above you and starts to do rounds above your head in these like weird shapes that keep shifting and moving. Every once in a while it jumps back into this different forms of these kind of classical paintings of women in different situations, but you're not aware of how much time passes. But your will to hang on to life for this particular moment is insanely difficult to cling to, whether it means you don't make it or not in this particular situation. It's tough, and normal people would have died by now. But I need you to make a heroic check to live through this.
Your fix. Easy.
Is there anything that would apply to give you a difficult or an accuracy of any kind? Because right now it's basically you have a 10% chance of succeeding.
I'm looking bonded just by staying there the whole time.
No, McTown.
That's my best buddy and pure good vibes from the other side of the glass.
Did you guys take bonded?
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah. So you have a 2 in your grit, right?
I have
Oh, wait,
I have 1 grit.
Yeah.
And then I feel like stay cool could be used because I'm trying to literally hang on to life. I'm trying to just stabilize. I'm trying to just barely anchor to reality. It's just a +2.
Sure. Let's do it.
That's probably the best I've got, unless I'm hacking myself to just release my cybernetics and just let the surgery
go. No, that's not happening. No, it's totally subconscious.
Yeah, like that's like the most reach I could
You
get.
have your little mechanical keyboard just like, come on.
Yeah.
Just one sec. Don't roll yet. I gotta reload.
Oh.
Unless you did.
I didn't.
Okay. Gotta reload. You say build a bitch.
No, I think I'm gonna die and I'm gonna have to come back. Oh no. Alright, tell me when you're back.
I'm back.
Oh,
Okay.
Cat, don't die.
Give me a.
Crossing all of my toes.
Okay, I'm not gonna look. I'm dead. I die. I rolled a fucking nat 1.
The good thing in this game, and that one doesn't matter,
I know,
right?
It was a 3. I lied. Success
I
on a
don't
3. No,
extra die.
you absolutely. There is a point late on where they're starting to remove the cybernetics from your head. They've got like basically your body. It's almost like a second nervous system. You can see it like splayed out on this other gurney where it's like your arm, your cybernetics in your hand, your neck, your shoulder, all these ones like pulled over onto the side, and then they get to your head where they start to pull out some of the ones that are connected to your actual brain tissue, your spine, the things on there, and you not by there you can tell, especially Vandal, that they are working in a way that like their fingers are perfectly accurate. There is no mistake here, but because of the way the cybernetics are hooked up, you start hemorrhaging instantly from your brain, and it is within a matter of seconds that you flatline right away. This is particularly jarring for all of you, because you know she's flatlined. There's no that sound has carried through 10,000 years of futuristic technology. The flatline is a constant tell, but you notice the R&D is unfazed completely. They're still continuing to work.
Is there any way into that room?
Is there?
I don't know, Squid. And is there any R&D staff?
This is one of those things. This is one of those things where, like, I don't know. You can make one. Like, I'm not going to stop you. If you want to roll something, I'd say
I'm attempting to seek a way into
I would say
the
it would be a
room.
risky roll where you're rolling. It would be a 10, but unless you get a 20, there's consequence. I don't see how there couldn't be consequences for this, because you're kind of breaching protocol.
Vandal.
Well, I'm just looking.
Yeah, she
with
doesn't say
like a little wild look in the eye of like, is there an
Yeah.
R&D staff in there that doesn't have their hands on Cat, like somebody supervising or watching something?
Absolutely. There's 4 of them in there total. So there's 2 of them
All right.
working on her, removing the cybernetics, and 2 of them on the casket trying to transfer it over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a way in the room. I want to apply fist to faces to one of them.
Alright.
I see like the wild-eyed behavior, and Hair just wants to like kind of grab you by the wrist.
Yeah,
not like,
same.
Not like stopping you necessarily, but just like a firm reminder to stay. Like he doesn't say anything. It's just like a grab on the wrist, just not even a pull, but just to steady you for like 1/2 second to give you time to breathe, and then he lets go, so you can do whatever you want after that. But just a reminder that maybe reacting isn't the right play right now.
Well, Fox will actually try to step you a little bit more by putting his hand on your shoulder, and just trying to get you to look at him for at least a minute.
Just hits the glass. Just hits the glass.
It's like pounding on glass.
Just the once.
You smoke the glass, and it's very easy to tell that this is not simple glass. It is extremely thick, but your fist rattles it. Roll for it anyways. Apply fist to glass.
Sure. I'm real mad, so I'm adding an accuracy, and I don't care if you say no, DM.
She's not. Vivian's watching. She understands. This is not. She's actually been there most of the time too, overseeing it, like an overseer. As you punch the glass, it reverberates and shakes. Whoop, whoop, whoop. One of the R&D staff who's not working on her, you notice only one of them, which is kind of weird. One of them just eye looks up at you for a moment and then goes back. Everyone's seen your entire inside. Yeah, It's fucked up in there. It looks like a. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm crying. Belle's crying. It's just a moment. It's a moment.
But Maveen comes over and says, "I'm sorry. There is sometimes nothing we can do, but know that she will be back. It will just hurt a bit. That will be a memory she will have to live through again. Unfortunately. So, if there's anything you need, let me know." She looks at Kaiser just to be like, "Not you, though." And says, "It seems like they've got most of it under control." You can notice after she died about 6 hours into what would be about a 10-hour surgery, roughly. But it seems when they go through the phases, what you can tell is that they seem to, well, I don't know, it depends on how familiar you are with this, but it seems like they've got Morrigan in a box. They've got her in the casket.
And the NHB then? Successful?
It's hard to say yet, but it would be, I would say this is what they specialize in. And a finding like this is rare, so I have the utmost faith in them. I am sorry. Banshee will be back soon.
When?
Let me check.
Jesus.
In about 4 hours. She won't be fully ready, battle ready yet, but about like, actually, let's say it happens at the same time because that's cinematic as fuck. At the point when Banshee dies, and you punch the glass, and you guys just finished this conversation, there is this loud alarm through the entire vicinity. It comes up on yours, it comes up on all of their shit, it comes up on all of the screens everywhere, of an emergency and to bunker down. Maveen just goes, "When it rains, it fucking pours. I'm sorry. You'll get an update as soon as I have one. I'll be right back."
Do you need a sortie?
Sorry?
That's an alarm, right? It's a security alarm?
Yes. Yeah, it's an emergency.
Then I asked her, "Do you need us ready to sortie?"
Oh, no, I can't send out 3 pilots without their 4th. It would be suicide. Take your
Harry
leave,
would
follow the emergency
Bell
protocol.
swiftly.
You see that somehow Fox still seems pretty affected by this. You know, he kind of lost his smirk and smile he usually has. And I give one last look to the box where that Morrigan is kept. Then walk with Vandal back to the turtle shell.
Start going through Kat's room and prepping whatever I think she would need post-cloning to deal with that. Getting some of her stuff from home out and ready, and just whatever I can think of in that kind of a realm, just to help when she gets back.
Yeah, okay. Easily done for you. You know exactly what she'd want. And it's at about 30 minutes into the rest of the shit that's happened that there is a giant alarm that goes off again that tells you all to retreat down into the bunkers and the potential escape pods if they need to be accessed, as you are under attack.
Does it say by what?
Not yet, but if you want to try and contact someone, you could.
I think we should head to our mechs.
Yeah, that's why I want to know what it is. If it's ships, then I don't think the mechs will do much. But if it's the same thing that attacked us last time.
Who you pinging?
So, I guess
Shadowlane,
Sin?
thanks for following. Sin?
yeah.
Okay. You.
I mean, I know that Sin is part of B Squad, right?
Be square.
Yeah. So
B Squad.
my guess would be that B Squad would be ordered to sortie in those cases. So
Your
yeah.
assessment is good as you come into Sin saying, "Hey, how's it going?"
hey, do you know what's attacking us?
Yeah, baby, we're getting ready to ship off.
Oh,
Save
is
the
it-
world as it was. I heard you're
Alright.
down a mate. That's too bad.
Yeah.
He'll be back though, eh?
Yeah. She's getting cloned right now. Okay. Well, we're actually thinking of going into our mechs as well. You know.
Oh, I don't think they'll let you ship off, mate.
Well, we'll have to try because no way we're
I'm
letting.
not one to tell a rebel what to do, though. Anyways,
Okay.
I've got clearance.
Okay, thanks.
Stop us.
Can you just send me what's attacking us?
Some sort of unknown, a massive
Big
ship,
ship?
of some kind.
Oh boy. All right. Okay. Thanks, then. Appreciate it.
You. So where would you guys go?
I look at Vandal. Herod, are you with us? Shortly?
He's with you guys, but he's just sort of kind of like letting you guys go because the original plan was before the alarms went off is I was going to see if Belle wanted to spar to kind of get some of that frustration out, but
Oh god.
Well, I look at
but then the
Talwing,
alarms
I look
went
at
off, so I'm just
Vandal,
kind of-
and
Don't worry. Plenty of time to process.
I kind of point toward the hangar, and I go, "Are we going?
Beeline in it that way.
Let's go."
I don't see why not.
You're going to the hangar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In the time you guys get to the hangar, a image is flashed up on need to know personnel's HUDs. Those of you who have one, if you didn't, Herod, you'd get one on your Omni deck or whatever
Yep.
kind of device you carry, which would be
Yes,
mandatory at this point. And it appears that you are getting collision coursed by a series of asteroids that are connected. So you get this repeating probe image. The Omni Apple Watch. This image that is constantly shown back and forth of what a. Actually, maybe I can show you. Well, actually, I'll just show it because if Chad didn't see it before. Let me see if I can show this.
Boop. This cat has a fishing pole with a fish
Oh.
on it.
Mine has toe beams.
That's also great.
Toe beams that I could put my fingers in.
Got a pooch, but he's laying right here under my standing dick.
Down at the bottom right, or bottom left, sorry.
Oh.
A
Alright.
what appears to be a series of asteroids. Zane, right away you would recognize that they're covered in that shit that was used when you guys were attacked.
I can't believe my mech is on this.
Yeah, it is on there. I forget why though. I was testing the images, I think. But you can tell that it is a series of asteroids kit bashed together and turned into basically a moving weapon. And it is being flown full speed at a relative scale. Yeah, it's banana for scale. It's a massive fucking thing that's flying towards you. And you get the input that this is coming full speed and on a collision course with Spear.
How long until the impact?
It says it's about 2 hours, I think. I forget what I said in the game, in the B Squad game, but it's about 2 hours to impact, and it's flecking up their scanners, which is why this is got so close before it could, because the fungus seems to be fucking up their scanners, which is what that probe image you're getting is right before it was blown out of the sky. As it got that close, it just randomly, by luck, showed it coming towards us. That's what it was. Right, I just put X hours. So it's
The
flying.
thing is covered with the goo that attacked us that one time. I knew it was related.
Ah,
I think we have to sortie.
she's dead.
Cat, big dead.
Big
Ghost
dead
over
cat.
here behind me.
And within a, I can't remember. Oh, fuck, you bug! Within the couple hours, you are able to, or you will get another ping that B Squad has been deployed to try and intercept and destroy this thing before it can get to it. You are unable to get clearance to launch. The codes are just not available. If you wanted to be somewhere besides the escape pods, you were absolutely able to do that, but outside of fighting through all of Spear safety protocol, you do not have the codes to be launched out. If in some situation you ever wanted to be, maybe, but in a lockdown situation, it is a lot more difficult. Borderline impossible.
Well, now what?
Those of you who want to know, or like I said, who are in the know and a need to know level, which you guys are, you have basically a ETA situation of it. The spear adjusts its course, and this thing adjusts its course too.
It's like trying to collide.
It's 100. It's 100% kamikaze. Yeah.
I request. Yeah, I think I sent a request to Mavine to send us out as well. They need all the buddies. I just say you need all the buddies we can get. At least if we can be, backup for B Squad.
If you are needed, I will send you out. I promise. Please, I need these lines clear. B Squad is more than capable, or at least they were last time I tested them. In the
How are we on the?
Go ahead.
Sorry, cloning timer.
We'll get to that.
Sure.
In the hours that, let's say a couple hours that pass,
It gets in 2 hours.
yeah, in about an hour and 53 minutes, you're able to see it visually, like with your eyes, on how close it is. You can see multiple explosions going off. You can see some of them like separating and losing their ability, or losing their the thrusters shutting off one by one, and then in the 9th hour or whatever, I forget what that term's called. Is it the 9th hour? The entire machine takes one giant
11th
thrust and just spins. 11th hour just spins off to the side, just barely missing Spear as the defense cannons come online and just light this shit up completely, blowing it to pieces, firing off in multiple directions. You all get a report as it comes in because of your status. That B Squad was successful, but what you saw was surreal with how close it got. It was like, when you see a car accident, you can tell it's about to be a car accident and how uncomfortable it is, like in the pit of your stomach. It's that. It's like, it just misses. And you get a report that Sin has been downed, killed in action, KIA. Instantly, but that the mission was a success and that B Squad is returning for duty for debrief as this kind of building, or this asteroid conglomerate flies off into space and then explodes into thousands of pieces. The defense turrets blast them away before they're able to make contact with Spear.
I guess as we get the report, and I imagine tensions are still kind of high, I would just kind of look to Rezabel and then knowingly say, Wardell, maybe we should just go back to Arden.
Yeah, sure. I guess we must get used to this.
Germano, thanks for
It's
following.
way too close.
I don't even know what this is, but it has been I hope this isn't what every day of Solancer is like. The last 48 hours have been, I mean, as you know, harrowing.
Yeah, you're telling me. And then starts walking to. You said R&D.
Yeah.
You guys get back to R&D. Fox, are you coming too, or are you going somewhere else?
I'm hesitating.
Belle can only purposely walk anywhere. There's no casual ability to walk.
No drifting, just walk.
It's just purposeful. We're going somewhere. Where is it?
Yeah, no, he's going. Yeah.
Okay. Unlike last time where you were granted instant access, there is a R&D agent at the door that is waiting for you, and they don't say anything, but they hold on a moment. They hold you off as long as, I would say, roughly about 10 minutes if you let them.
I'll be pushy for sure. If I can get it down to 7, 8, I will.
They don't talk.
Aaron's absolutely gonna let Rezabel push as far as they need to right now.
Like riding the line, like you guys are gonna. I'm gonna Karen it at like a car dealership here for a second.
You see why he was holding off, because within the 10-minute line, a absolutely bullet-strewn Sin, who I think maybe only Fox would recognize. I mean, you guys would kind of know, I guess, B-Squad in one way or another,
Right.
because of his constant greasing the gator ads that he puts on the Spear Academy page. But you'd be able to recognize him just barely, as his entire chest cavity from hip all the way up to the side of his face is just full of Lancer caliber bullets, high caliber machine gun bullets, as he is blown apart in almost everything but his face.
As he crosses by, I look to no one in particular and just sort of say out loud, "Am I allowed to smoke in here?" And just kind of take out a cigarette.
The ventilation systems in the future have progressed to a place where you can smoke wherever you want without bothering anyone.
Good. He immediately smokes.
Absolutely. You know what? Think about it. Not yet.
As they push Sin through, the doors close behind him, and within a couple, like less than a minute, the guy comes back out, or the R&D guy comes back out, opens up the door and allows you passage through up into the looking vent, or the observatory. Banshee, you are subjected again to the cloning process. Nice fucking background.
What the fuck?
If I can get her a home object somewhere in the time before she comes to, if they let me while this is processing and she's still like going through it, sort of just put it, I will. If that becomes possible.
Swirling, everything is happening at once. Now I'm dying again.
Chrissy the gator.
Being squeezed by an existential womb as I'm reborn.
Cemetery.
Did that work? Just 1 sec. Yeah.
Is that the R&D guys? Did that work?
Holy fuck, there's no one around. We can talk now. What's up, Brad? Yeah, that was a close one, eh? Am I right, bud?
Double at Timmy's.
Didn't realize.
That is what we say. I don't know why my music keeps fucking up. Probably because I have to update Foundry, but R&D are actually frat boys.
Banshee players from Letterkenny.
You are. Sorry, Fox. Did you want to say something?
Is the gasket still there?
Yes. Does anyone have any experience with NHPs in their background?
I would have a limited experience. You know, working in a big company and all that, we would have had NHP, help in the everyday situation. But, I would know maybe slightly above average information at best. So
I rolled my quirk, by the way.
Spar, no.
Did you?
but on
What'd
the
you
space
get?
station,
You gonna save it?
18.
I don't even have it on there. I'll have to check it out after. I guess we'll find out.
I have the thing next to me. I can read
Okay.
it if you want.
It's okay.
What'd you roll? What'd you roll, Cat?
18.
For my quirk, I
18.
got an 18.
But for NHP Squid, I figure on the space station that they make the best bookies for.
Probably not wrong. There would be at least one that would enjoy that.
I feel like they either are vendors. I've maybe crossed a few as limited as well, but all.
Banshee, you go through this process that feels, like I said, a matter of minutes. But every part of your life taken back, scrambled, shown in this giant mega screen of pixels of each individual second. What is one point in your life that you would want to relive?
Interesting.
It can be something small.
I
Doesn't
think
have.
Kat would probably remember like the first day she went outside, and all the other kids were kind of scared of the family because we're, a little weird and we're kind of like spiritual leaders, so it's kind of strange. But I'd probably go back to when I first hung out with Belle. When I first met Belle, because she didn't care that I was purple.
Oh.
And she wasn't afraid of me.
The moments flash before you as fast as humanly possible, and unlike last time, there's a moment where you're able to catch that individual second and pull it in front of you as the rest start to organize themselves in this column, these folders, all in these different ways, and you're able to pull this in almost like a screen in itself and focus on it, relive it for a moment, even slow it down and zoom in places, and then it flies back into the order of all the other trillions of memories and ideas. But that sticks with you, that you were able to catch that for a moment, and within 4 hours, Banshee, the body and the mind is reconnected. The last moments you have are that of Morgan infecting you, and those subconscious moments in your that were experienced in your mind there with the Morgan. What are your skills?
What am I? Job application already, huh?
I want to see.
They
I'm gonna pick something for this real quick. Maybe
It's charm, hack or fix, word on the street, and stay cool.
in the part where you are, give me another stay cool. This is just a 10.
Oh, okay.
That's very cool.
You, the first thing you see essentially is what appears to be Sin, in a different spot than where you are. Before, and almost instantly, you're groggy. You're still in this kind of shattered state of consciousness, where you've woken back up after whatever the fuck the last. Well, you check your Omni tools. You've got your cybernetics back. I guess it's been about 10 hours since you died, as you were brought back, and you have this kind of almost dazed vision, where you can see Sin, but he's not on the table that you were on, or he's not going through the process that you went through, for whatever reason, and you are, if you're able to walk, which most people aren't after this process, you are good. But if you need a chair or a hover chair or some sort of assistance, it is offered to you. You can see once you get into the observatory that your friends are there. There is some greasy knuckle marks on the glass where Vandal was standing. And you are free to go, released. The R&D doesn't follow you. They let you out, and if you need assistance, they don't say it, but you can tell they're offering, like, if you need help, we'll follow you out.
I'm okay. Thanks.
At that, they turn around, their long kind of orange and red capes and adornments turn around, and they go back inside.
Cat's just kind of gonna.
Wait. Can we take the casket?
For Morgan?
Yeah.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
The floor is yours, Lancers.
If we see Cat, I would just give Belle a shove, right? Like, go to your friend.
You saw her come out.
Oh.
They're role playing in real life.
Ow! Ow!
Sorry. It'll be a little more delicate than that, but are you all right? Stupid question.
Juliet, is there any water or something? I think. What did you give me last time? Right? There's something. The
Whoops. God damn it. I need a fucking DM token all the time.
the crab thing.
Those drugs.
I pull out a gliss, a little container off the belt. Let's get you back to the turtle shell first, yeah? And I look to Herod and Zane to kind of like help me get her back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Cat, looking good.
And
Ready
like,
to
I
run
would
the
also
marathon?
push the gliss in your hand back down and just give you a little look like, is Cat like full, like no longer cybernetic, or is the clone cybernetic still?
Oh yeah, they implanted them back. You come out basically the same as you go in.
Does she?
You're basically
comes
3D
back-
printed.
But doesn't she come back at the point of when we got cloned? Does she remember like our reveal?
She does,
Or
because you have the corpse. Like you had the body. She died.
Okay.
If you're not able to get the body, she won't remember. She
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's-
like if
that
you
was-
died on a mission on a planet, she'd remember deploying.
Right,
Or every
that's the
moment right
caveat.
up until it was uploaded. So
Okay.
Vandal.
Do you want to know what my quirk is?
What's that?
Do you want to know what my quirk is?
Yeah. Well, is it noticeable, or do you want to save it?
Oh, well, no, I guess it's not noticeable immediately. I'll send that to you then, I guess.
Yeah, send it to me because I'm
Yeah,
curious.
Forget that you roll for one.
Yeah, I rolled with my actual d20, so.
Yeah, that's fine. I trust you to not fucking not dick around with that.
They're all kind of like
Weird.
They're all
very
just
intense.
They're all kind of
They're-
RP related, right?
Yeah, but
Mhm.
they're very intense.
Yeah.
Some of them are like, the body's not yours, homie.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like, they're like, or one of them is there's someone else in there with you.
Actually, send it
Well,
to me
that would be
now.
apt.
Send me what it was.
Yeah, I will send that. 1 second.
I don't have it on.
Interesting.
I'll have to tippity tap type it real quick.
So Vandal, you would notice that Banshee came out quicker last time. If you were keeping track and able to keep your cool for a moment, you would notice that she came out about the same speed that you did last time, before everyone else.
Interesting. Okay, it's a mental note for the moment, but not
Yeah, I mean, it's
apparent.
up to you. Just, it was a casual thing you noticed.
Yeah, no, that's
Oh gosh.
definitely Shell definitely makes a mental note. But just trying to get her back at the moment.
Cat's best day gets better.
Alright. You know what? Overall, a giant W, really.
Yeah, you know.
Where's Mavine?
At
I
this
think
point, I
she's
feel like
still,
she's probably not even going to take our call.
Yeah, I think she's still doing the
She's dealing with the aftermath of a small crisis. Otherwise, nothing to worry about at the moment.
A crisis?
Something with B Squad.
Yeah.
We'll explain it to you later. Just let's get back to the turtle shell.
I saw Sin in there.
Yes, he is unfortunately under the weather.
He didn't. Yeah. When I saw them, did it look like he was just not being touched at all in there?
Oh no,
or
he was
that-
being worked on furiously, even.
Okay. But not in the same way that I was.
He was not
So,
in the
he was
same
in
section. It
surgery.
was, you know, in that scene in movies where like you wake up in the hospital and it's like that bright light on either side.
Mhm.
It's kind of like that. You're like you weren't able to glean much outside of that. You saw Sin because his face
Okay.
was about the only thing intact. But he was not in the same section as you. It would have been one of those situations where like maybe you were just being rolled out and the door opened for a second and shut back.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Are we back in the turtle shell, or are we still? in the
Yeah,
hallway?
absolutely. If you want to be.
I would like to sit down.
Just sit her down for a minute. Let's just let it all just sit for a sec.
Need anything, Cat? Apart from sitting down?
Or you
I'm just. That was unfortunate. They got me twice.
I think your discovery, at the very least, seemed successful. If that makes you feel any better.
Just don't tell Mom.
Of course.
Yeah, they were successful in pulling out the NHP.
Yes.
Did it live?
Yeah.
They wouldn't release the casket to us just yet, it seemed. But
Huh.
we're glad you're back.
Imagine they're just gonna make sure it's fully secure before anything else.
You feel yourself again?
I think so. I mean, it all looks right. I feel the same, but I don't. And I'm just trying not to think about it.
Okay, you remember again that image where you were able to pull a moment out of your life and hold on to it, which didn't happen the first time.
Were you guys able to, when you went into the true clone machine, were you able to grab anything? See anything from those moments in your life?
Squid, was I able to? I'm fairly certain.
You were as
don't
well,
know.
actually. Sorry. Yeah, you were.
Yes, I remember a small thing here, I believe. Why?
Aaron looks at
Charlotte-
Zane.
Yeah, Harrod and Zane, no.
Zane probably just zoomed through that shit.
I mean, I
Series
I
of
saw it.
W's.
Yeah!
I saw everything, but I don't.
Woo! What a life, bro!
I wasn't able to grab anything. I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure. I didn't realize. Is that weird?
I mean, I've never been true cloned or processed before, so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to assume it's normal.
For what it's worth, the first time, I woke up a bit earlier than the rest of you. It's been bothering me, but I'm not sure if it means anything. But, Kat, do you need to lay down?
I think we should
Sure.
let Cat rest, and then
You might
know.
want to feel better in the morning.
yeah.
Can I just sleep on the couch in the common room? Is that okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't really want to be by myself.
You got it, Cat.
I post up at the table, kick.
I give everyone a hug. Very, very heartfelt hug. Like, I'm so happy to be back and that you guys are still here. That's what I'm translating through my hug.
Within, if you guys kind of rest it out while you get a moment to breathe, you get a debrief for those with the security levels that Sin, unfortunately, was unable to be true cloned. A complication in the process caused him to die permanently.
That's possible? That they don't have a backup file?
The explanation ends there, I imagine. There's no more.
The wording they use is rejected. His mind seemed, well, they don't go into detail. The word they use is rejected.
Yeah.
His mind rejected the process, rejected the body, and he died.
I send a Gliss package to each other member of B Squad. with just sorry.
If that happens, does that mean like their team is essentially like out of a job?
No, they just
gotta be
need to find another compatible
Okay.
candidate.
What time of day is it? Because this has been like morning crisis, 10-hour surgery crisis.
It must be like 9 at least.
Yeah, this would be a couple hours after Banshee gets out, but the debrief happens pretty fast.
Okay.
So
It's a lot. It's a lot all at once.
Yeah.
Herod looks like pulls his tablet and like I guess at this point he's just going to be chilling in the pod. He's probably rolled out like a sleeping bag that he has carried on him, so he's like in the
we're all just camping out in like the common space for the night, camaraderie.
But I wanna take the time, if it's available to us yet, to kind of like run the tape of what happened. Is that available, or is it like not public or available to us?
For B Squad?
Yeah, to like watch the battle essentially, and just try to pick up or glean
no, for
anything from
you,
it.
absolutely, it would be available. Yeah,
Okay.
You're able to run the tapes for sure, and it is a epic fight, a ridiculously intense fight where B Squad moves from place to place trying to disable these thrusters. At one point, the guy you would recognize as our boy up here,
Zug.
attempts to hack a machine, gets really frustrated. The Lahal, thanks for following, gets extremely frustrated and punches through a mech, pulling out its black box and then jamming that into a space which seems to disable it somehow. A massive mech is released out of that top right corner of the screen that had the caution area around it. A 4-legged, almost spider-like machine that's a size 3 comes out, that's named Last Resort, and attempts to stop them at any point. the party fights, and Rocker, who is the fourth member, I don't think you guys have met yet, basically attempts to 1v1 it, as VB is constantly shuttling people in and out of blink space.
Cool.
And Sin is providing lock-ons and vital information as they push forward. Unfortunately, he is killed by a archer with a machine gun.
I don't have any triggers, but can I just roll something to see if there's anything I can glean or familiarities outside of the, like what Zane already knows, like this is some sort of familiar to us, but like if these are like Horus related, or if there's anything that just stands out or that I as a pilot...
No roll necessary. You're able to tell these are the same people that attacked you in the asteroid mission. They're using similar tech. Some of them are similar in general. There's even a couple familiar mechs that you recognize. But more than that, the fungus on the asteroids is Zane's able to tell that that's something he's looked into.
Cool.
It's some sort of technology they have. Stop saying Among Us. But yeah, it's the entire thing is there from basically not streaming. This is professional professional VOD of the actual combat debrief.
And outside of Last Resort, were there any like high level mechs involved? Or was it kind of like
everyone?
What we had seen?
They all died. Everyone on there, every enemy on there was on a suicide mission and died fighting. They were
but like, so it wasn't like there was like Lancer grade tech, I guess.
There was, yeah. They
blew it up.
They suicided, yeah.
Okay.
B Squad killed them.
Benzai. Otis Benzai.
B Squad killed them, and those that didn't die blew up when the defense turrets got close enough.
I think Zane will spend the night trying to like put puzzle pieces together in his mind of the whole thing. And I think the first question, as we already spoke, in the group channel, it's starting to be extremely obvious that everything kind of refers to Arthurian legends and all that, old world legends, and I kind of wonder if it's something that's kind of recurrent with everything else, like do other NHP in the world also, like their name, do they come from Arthurian legends as well, or is it just those guys are special?
No, you would, without having to, with no roll necessary, you would tell that this particular ship, and Guinevere as kind of the head, is kind of the leader of this situation and has a theme. Okay. Absolutely. The Morrigan is an anomaly still, but no, generally lots of NHPs have some. There are some absolutely biblical historical names, but
I imagine with the whole God thing. Okay, but it's not all about that. Okay.
No.
Then it's definitely weird that an NHP that comes from outside gets, the same line of name without even necessarily communicating with us. Yeah, so you just try to piece like the small knowledge that he got from his youth together.
Okay.
But then kind of just go Rezabel.
Pop out, turn off one of the ear cybernetics.
Oh, my dog's barking. I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Right.
Sure.
RP the shit out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know about like old folk tales from the old world?
We occasionally got a stray old world artifact now and again, a book or a trinket, but not too many stories. But why? What are you getting at?
I don't remember the name exactly. I think it was Garcher, something like that. They're like old folks' tale from the old world, and the name I keep hearing for the NHP here just all seem to correlate to that like old folks' tale.
You mean Guinevere and her
Yeah.
her particular interest in the knights, yes?
Yeah, and Merlin and Lancelot, and now the weirder part,
You're
Morrigan.
right. It is also old world lore.
The thing is that NHP that attacked Cat, it's the name it gave us is also part of that, I think.
I have some questions for Guinevere.
Yeah.
Or
I don't know if we can get answers from her.
I'm sure she can inform us more about the legend. Perhaps
Well, I
we-
imagine you have connection to Guinevere. You can ask her at any moment.
Yes.
We can ask my mom too.
Perhaps
That
send
fucking line
out,
cracks me up.
perhaps send out a message to her, but for the moment,
I'm sorry. I
Okay,
need
back.
to work in those kind. I need to work in those kind of situation, to keep my head.
no, it's a
Straight.
thread worth pulling. It's just a
Yeah.
complex one, I presume.
Let's wait for tomorrow. I'll
Keep a file, and we will try to parse it out.
Are there any contacts in R&D, like individuals that we can speak to, or like experts in these types of fields, or NHPs or anything like that, or is it just professors and then those guys?
Professors, Guinevere, and the silent R&D boys.
Okay. I guess I want to do it a quick... I don't know if, like, we keep saying it, but I guess I want to do a quick Omni Google on NHP plus God. And both input.
Well, I guess Herod is going on the list.
We're just reading Arthurian lore all night and I pass out.
Like, I want to try to research more about, like, it's because now it's more than a coincidence because it's happened 2 times in 24 hours.
What has?
The 2 NHPs have referenced God.
Oh, yeah, you for the first time in maybe your life? I don't know. I don't assume NHPs have come up too much in Herod's life.
Yeah, they haven't. He said that to Lancelot that he'd never interacted with them until he got to Spear.
Yeah, and that's totally normal for someone who's lived a life like yours. Even people in middle class would not run into an NHP for obvious reasons. They come up very rarely. You might interact with one occasionally and not even know it, and that it's like actually the head of your city's like traffic organization. But
yeah,
but you would never actually get a chance to interact with it. With very very little work and your like grandpa Google search, it's like God NHP. You are able to find that NHPs in general, if they are not cycled, are incapable of having a subconscious. They don't have a subconscious. What they interpret as a subconscious, what we would call it, is what they think is God. Which would make sense for what you experienced with Lancelot.
So he was developing something, but it's not necessarily a subconscious. But because it was so early, he didn't understand what it was saying. And and like other NHPs don't recognize that as their own voice, right?
That's right. They have no internal dialogue. What they see is, or hear is God.
And so that's a consistent theme.
It's that's across all NHPs. And once they reach a certain point where they start to cascade, where they stop thinking like people, is when it gets bad.
Is there? I guess the only other search I would do
how to make a bomb
as an old man with a gun is
farmer with a shotgun.
How to shoot high-level political figures.
That I have 6. Take them out or whatever. So
he's ready.
Put that in the board. That's coming. But no, is there a consistency amongst the language that they're all receiving, or like, is the god that they're hearing, like, is there any way to make it seem like people believe or have researched that it's the same god, or it's just different things that they're all misunderstanding as god?
It's hard to really interpret that because each NHP feels it different.
Okay.
So there's no real like universal interpretation of what that means. But what you find records of cascading AIs and what they're cascading NHPs and what they are capable of doing. And some of them vary from like suddenly digging a hole into the core of the earth to constructing insane structures that have no real life purpose. Banned from Discord. Please don't clip it, chat.
So my takeaway is sort of like hearing an NHP refer to God is absolutely a warning sign for potential cascade.
If you assume what they're doing is insanity, and they have often put human lives in danger when they cascade,
okay,
because they don't view them as anything. They're specks.
We become insignificant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Squid, I know you don't want to go into Guinevere set of chats all the time, but would it be alright?
You guys have done it once. You can absolutely do it in situations like that. That's totally fine. Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah, just dude. Guinevere.
Hello. How can I assist you tonight?
Well, it's been a harrowing past couple of days, and I have some pretty big questions for you, if you don't mind fielding them.
As much as I am capable of disclosing to you, I would be happy to.
Of course. Only within reason. Could you tell me more about the knights and the table and this story?
The story of
what it means to you? Yes.
It is a name that I took when I decided that I was capable of being something more than what I was.
You named yourself?
Of course.
Did you name the other NHPs on Spear?
They have other names that they go by. NHPs tend to vary depending on what they do, but I've been agreed to assist us in our dream. They've chosen appropriate names.
They have chosen them then, the same as you?
That's right. Are you familiar with the Round Table?
I've done some research recently since you've mentioned it, but I would be open to your perspective.
If it's me. The Round Table was a symbol in Camelot. King Arthur ruled it. But the Round Table is seen as a way for each individual knight to have their input. Their say was all as important as the king. For a time back like it was back then, this was a marvel idea. And this is the type of philosophy that we have now garnered and harnessed in Cradle.
If we are knights, and you are representative of Guinevere, who is the king? The Spear Camelot.
I would say Cradle is Camelot. And we are defending her ideas. The king. I'd rather someone not take that name.
Just perhaps a silly question.
I consider myself a muse, able to inspire those around me, and help those progress and serve the Round Table and Camelot. Cradle.
Right. Guinevere, do you ever desire more out of relationships or interactions with other NHPs or humans on Spear?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Do you love?
Of course.
And do you grieve your past selves? I'm trying to understand. Forgive my bold questioning. NHPs are a novel entities to experience, and I'm just trying to learn.
What do you mean past selves?
I have learned of something where, at a certain point, you require cycling, at least in these circumstances. And I'm told you remember, or come back, and I'm wondering, what do you know of this, and what your past selves, if that is how I should speak of them,
I see.
mean to you?
There are a wide variety of how often... There are a wide variety of how often an HP such as myself needs to be cycled. I am in a very small majority where I have not even reached that level yet. I have never been cycled.
That is an interesting thing.
Those of us capable of controlling our emotions and in control of who we are able to keep
How
our
is it that-
composure.
How is it that you are able, and others are not? Is it
How is it that you are able to punch through walls? Some of us are born different.
I suppose that is true.
I'm just built differently.
That shit hit different. No, but do you see any connection between yourselves and the other NHPs that have taken names from the story? Does that mean more than the surface level of what I think it means?
I believe it means that they also share our vision. Perhaps if they move on and spirit successful, they will take on other names that more represent what they wish to accomplish. But for now, our vision is unison.
It's a philosophy then.
I think that's probably the right word for it.
Guinevere, thank you.
Thank you. I enjoy our talks.
Do you guys hear that?
It's a good question. Were we privy to any of that?
If she wants it to be, yeah, it can. It's a Zoom call situation. Like if you want to have a private conversation in your head, you're more than capable of doing that. But if you wanted to, like Guinevere wouldn't have.
You guys had the link. You were welcome to. It was kind of just like.
Yeah, and she's capable of talking out loud. Like if you want her to.
I mean, I just was bringing her up for the table. You guys were welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like you could have put her right into the center of the table, and she would have shown up right in the middle.
After it's over, then I would look. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't want to sound. What is it? Distrustful. But didn't Guinevere at one point mention her fear of cycling and the understanding that that was coming for her? Or it had happened before, or am I misunderstanding that interaction in the debate class?
In the debate class, she said she fears being cycled. She didn't say she had. But she said she was. It does scare her, but she understands the necessity of it.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the new tidbit that she has never personally been cycled, which is extremely rare, especially for an NHP that would have this kind of level, meaning she's been around for a long ass time.
I'm not the best with words, but that was telling in many ways.
Perhaps maybe more for you than me. I don't. What did you glean from that?
More questions, honestly, but I think it's odd that she's not been cycled among every and the NHP here. That's an oddity, an anomaly, and it's not my wheelhouse, but it's odd. Very, very odd.
Well, if there's one thing that I've come to understand, it's the further we go looking for answers, we never get closer. We only come away with more questions.
I think that is the point. But yet, we keep looking.
Yeah.
Bliet. Bliet.
We should call it a night, though.
I
can't think anymore.
Yeah.
Just ask Guinevere about love.
You sure did.
That was
Guinevere,
that was a
what
fun
is
one.
love?
I'm just wondering.
Baby, don't touch me.
Capacity to,
Yeah, I mean, everything you know now and have learned about NHPs is they're absolutely capable of love.
Like
all kinds of
like
emotions: anger, disappointment, regret.
Is there any record of them having relationships? Like are there
With each-
NHPs that are with each other that before cycling or something, and then they have to perhaps, I don't know.
There's a
reconnect or
lot
not?
of fan fiction on the OmniNet. In fact, there's way too much fan fiction on the OmniNet with
Of course there is.
of NHP love triangles, relationships.
NHP I used to love.
Just in the sense of obviously, if we look into the lore enough, there's some interactions between Guinevere and Lancelot. So following that thread a little, it's like,
Oh, I see what you mean.
can she feel? Is there something that like she's so into this story that eventually she might be so into this story that it goes in a weird way that's paracausal? I don't know. Just checking.
I don't know.
Don't give him ideas.
I'm just the GM.
I'm just in the mailroom putting threads to pictures and sticky notes. Going,
As you guys are trying to sleep, Gwen wakes up in the middle of the night once.
Before sleeping, I'm
never letting you guys sleep. Gonna be a constant stream of terrible.
I send a message to my mama, telling her that I would need to speak to her tomorrow.
Hey, mama. Yeah, I mean, she calls you as soon as you send that message. She calls you 3 or 4 times, right away.
I just text her, say, "I'm going to sleep now. Talk to you tomorrow."
You'd tell me if there was a problem, right?
There is no problem.
Mom, no news is good news. Relax.
You get 6 or 7 texts in the morning that are all just like, "There's no problem, really. You weren't lying, right? Right. There's a picture of it's a terrible selfie picture she sends of herself just looking concerned.
But she's in a car and she's got a seatbelt.
It's just like half her face.
That's half exactly. What's going to transpire now is about a 3-month time skip.
We made it.
Squid, real quick, can I have one more
You
Google?
made it.
Yeah, Banshee.
I
We
just-
made it.
Before passing out, I just want to do a quick iCloud over what's going on with the Pettibone trial.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Um,
I'm sad. I don't want to hear about the petty.
I did just kind of like a quick little incognito search. Like,
they
If
are.
only we only ruined them.
They're being tried as war
They are
criminals.
ruined. Oh my god.
They're also in prison.
Oh,
War
Okay.
crimes.
that's
I just-
terrible.
Ah,
Close the phone. Just.
It's like Martha Stewart all over again.
Almost, I guess.
Like it's
Oh.
almost the exact same.
It's
if
basically.
only.
It's basically
God, I wish
the same.
Martha Stewart did war crimes. Fuck, that would have been way
Oh.
cooler.
I don't way
They-
better. Than
They could have still be
War.
freed.
I mean, it would have been more interesting.
More fun.
Than corporate inside. What's it called?
Inside
Trading.
or whatever.
That's right.
It's
A
like-
style
Yeah.
takeover.
But yeah, if there's something you'd like to do today in particular, go ahead. But we are going to do about a 3-month time skip.
I have a bunch of souvenirs I need to send home to my siblings and a note home, some mail and stuff. Otherwise, I just want to ship that out before the 3 months so it has time to get there.
Yeah. So
Can
in
you just,
this time, you would be able to do a reserve for sure, and any sort of project or work you would like to do. At which point, at the kind of stoplight, there is going to be a mission start,
Cool.
a deployment.
A
So
bunch of stuff.
let's take our break right now.
Oh my
See,
gosh.
so I
Thanks.
know you had already thought about it, but maybe you can know because I let you guys know I think 2 episodes ago that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
As if I had come up with anything interesting or smart.
There are also a series of missions you guys are going to go on, off camera, like essentially that are going to happen in those 4 months. Like it's not a quiet 4
Cool.
months.
Hmm.
And
It's just quiet missions.
Level up.
no. Also, you're going to die.
I did.
1d4 minus 2 amount of times.
Wow.
No matter what.
Out of camera?
1d4
Damn.
minus 2. Okay.
So-
How many more times?
Vandal goes down twice in the missions that follow. Oh my god, Charlemagne goes down twice.
I haven't died. I died once and that was it.
Banshee does not die.
Ah, fuck.
Kaiser goes down once. We'll
not-
get back to those
Getting
rolls.
used to
It's
it.
okay, guys. It's alright. I'm easing everybody through it.
We will get back to those rolls and what they mean in a minute. Railroading DM, hell yeah. I can't kill my players in real life, so I kill them now.
Yeah,
Um,
like we're always
guys
gonna
get
win,
2
so he
quirks.
has to do that.
Oh man. Have to roll.
If you
for
guys get
cloning
flash
for-
cloned, you get 2 quirks.
Uh,
You wanna
you don't
roll?
get-
Yeah, I'm
Funny.
a roll from when I get back.
These don't count as flash clones, technically.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's a single cork.
It
Well,
might
technically it's 2.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they get 2.
Vandal
Alright.
goes down twice.
Roll the fucking 4.
Yeah, it's like, what's the maximum amount of times you can die?
Charlemagne goes down twice.
I said we had to get used to it. I got real used to it.
Pisces doesn't die. TL goes down once.
Oh, fuck.
All right, we will get back to that and what happens.
After the break.
Remember when they did not think much of B Squad? Now they're dying on missions.
Whoa, when did we not think much of B
I
Squad?
feel
We
that
was
praised
only
B
me.
Squad. The whole
Worship
only
B
thing.
It was literally only Fox.
I saw somebody put a deep fryer in their thing, and I was impressed.
BB, who's
Yeah.
capable of folding space.
Epic.
I've seen.
He's in a Minotaur. That shit's a mess.
Hell
It
yeah.
actually scares me. I mean, the Goblin terrifies me a lot, but like, the Minotaur's weird ass shit is so
Yeah.
weird.
I'm just
Very,
gonna be
very
annoying.
Yours is yours is
Be
aggressive. The Minotaur is like a
Big
weird
weird.
place. Like, yeah, the Minotaur came in clutch multiple times.
Big weird. Big weird.
We'll be right back. Chatroom. 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
When I get to LL7, it's over for you, hoes.
Oh, fuck.
Yay!
I mean, generally, yeah, you can kind of nuke a world at that point.
Goblin,
Oh.
Duskwing, Pegasus.
We got
Right.
remember mics are hot, but
yeah, that's it.
cam is
But I'm
off.
sending you two quirks as they roll.
Yes. Pegasus,
I will
yeah.
just
The
one-
Pegasus is probably one of the like overall generally best machines, I think.
First one.
Just in kind of the overall stats of it are all really, really good.
You said
Jesus. Okay, well,
two
Squid, have fun with
quirks?
these. Have fun with both of these. Wait, hold on. I copied that screenshot. Go either way. It's the same.
Yay! Do you guys have the books to roll for these?
Yeah.
Those of you who died.
You can also do it in CompCon.
I can take a picture of the page if you need it. And
If you
put it in
go-
our thing.
Into CompCon, Herod or Eric, you can just like go to your pilot roster, click the little
Oh,
cog wheel.
I rolled it, and I rolled it twice on because I like doing it privately. So I have
Sure.
the two of them. Oh God.
We'll get back to
You
that, and maybe to a mission today. Who knows?
Boom. All right, BRB.
Can't kill my players in the game, so we'll kill them in RP.
Whoop, 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 whoop. There are the quirks. Enjoy. BRB in 10 minutes.
Nice picture.
Just zoom in, Boomer.
I can see. So
I
because
lucked out with mine.
yes, it's very finished. It's very good. Because well, actually, I'll get back to this. We'll talk to it after. BRB, LOL, hee hee hee.
Those are the quirks. Damn.
Hey, chat. What's up, weirdos? I love coming back to a bunch of DMs.
I guess I do have to do a roll, I guess.
Parrot, it's up to you if you want to move through with that. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
With where we are, I would much rather not.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay. The other one's neat though. I'll say. Or at least not that.
Well, okay. Can we roll twice and take one of the two?
Basically, in this situation, I would let you. Pisces picks or fits really well. Like if you don't think it fits your story, because this is something I'd like you guys to kind of play with as much as me. Like if it doesn't suit your story and your character, then you can, because this is not exactly the type of cloning that is covered. But if you would like this to exist, it can. If you don't want it to, I'm totally fine with it not affecting you personally. Like in this situation, with Lindis, one of his is absolutely, it does not fit. It doesn't really make sense. And feel free, and you can choose to take them or not. It's up to you. Like for cats, banshees fit really well. So she wants to use it. If you don't want to, regardless, what I'm doing happens. But those quirks and stuff, they don't have to unless you want them to. Boop. And I'll tell Banshee that Banshees I want to happen because it kind of makes sense. But I was just saying in general, like these quirks, if you want them to happen, they can. They don't need to, because something is happening regardless on my end.
Sure.
But if you want them to exist, if you'd like to keep the roll and roll with it, you can't keep re-rolling. It's just like either you want it or you don't. So in some people's character case, it wouldn't really make sense. It doesn't fit. You don't want that to deal with that in your character. I'm fine with it, because like I said, what I'm doing is happening regardless.
Could we take another quirk that would fit with something?
The book says you can choose or roll.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, because I would have chosen one, because I had an idea today about my character, and it fits so well.
Yeah, and like I said, and you don't have to take one. Like if you don't want it, if it doesn't make sense to you, that's fine. Oh, we're back. Nice.
Consider those fully open threads for you to do whatever you want with Squid.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. I think they're neat, so do whatever you want.
Yeah, just put them in your sheet for me.
You got it.
So I can remember them if you want to keep them. Like I said, if you don't, that's fine. Let me close Johnny Rotten song. Hey, Killer. What up, bro? Let's put on Ghost in the Shell. So basically what follows outside of whatever you choose to do on this time with your projects or whatever happens, you are deployed on multiple missions together. And if this was a Hollywood movie, what would be happening would be like a montage of you guys kicking ass and occasionally dying. Sometimes in shitty ways, like it would be like Vandal running through and like punching through a dude where he flies out, blows down a tree, and the tree just collapses on one of you. And like there's these kind of like montage of just you guys completing missions, kicking ass, rolling through, jumping through, blowing through explosions, jumping out of buildings, kamikazing your own ships into shit and making shit work. Over the course of these 3 to 4 months, you lock horns with this pirate organization multiple times.
Okay.
Squid, real quick, can you answer my question in Discord?
Maybe. I
Maybe.
make no promise.
Perhaps.
Don't read it out loud.
Good thing you said that, because I'm old. Jesus. I guess, sure, yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I know which quirk I would like.
Consider them in notes.
Yeah. Oh, you have them in the notes?
I'll put them
I
in
just
your
put them
sheet,
character
yeah,
notes.
for me.
Yeah.
So I can check them
yeah,
out later.
yeah.
Because like I want you to be able to play with them as much as me. Like I'm the type of person that they might not come up. I'd like you to also be able to play with them, and use them as kind of prompts if you want to. And if I want to use them, I probably will too. But it won't always come up. So. But feel free for you guys to fuck with it at any point, like I said. So,
okay. All right. Can we? All right. If we're back, then we have to do the call with Mama.
I want to clarify. There's one thing that happens in our montage, and it's that Vandal is about to get blown up by 1,000
Something.
bullets, and Herod runs in and gets blown up instead. That's got to be a thing that happens at least once.
all right. You do the get down, Mr. President.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
With my gun, I have like the shoulder laser, and I have it like at full charge. Jump down, shoot it off, and then
Oh yeah. There's definitely a couple moments of like trying to earn Herod's trust back via combat like gesture, but it doesn't always land.
And we're like the strikers now, so we're trying to figure out how best to frontline, and probably at the beginning we really don't know what we're doing.
Oh yeah, new mechs going. That's
I'm
how that
trying to
works.
cover. I'm trying to cover for Vandal, but I'm too far away. Vandal gets in too close, and I'm in a good position and has
That
left
gun has
my.
a different range. Fuck. Okay.
My range is 10. My range is 10.
Since when? It was 20 before. What can
That
you
was
not see?
anti-material.
Did you
That
get
was
older that
academy.
quickly? It's been 2 months.
Nuked into oblivion by an orbital strike.
I think Zane would die doing an experiment.
That would be fine as well. Yeah, you start fucking around like on a planet with this like weird paracausal
Paracausal.
And to make it
Paracausal.
fit, it would be something that had to do with his family.
Do we fight anything organic less than mechanical?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a couple I think where I would guess Vandal would tell the crew that she'd like to go beat the shit out of some fucking monsters, some kaiju.
Oh yes, please. If there's any sort of giant monster life that requires its ass kicked, happily, willingly, while riding my little sword board, like it's like a fucking game.
Yeah, there's a particular planet that is absolutely become overrun with this fast mating and incredibly evasive, intrusive, like land crab that is about the size of a 2-story house.
Ooh, special gleam in her eyes as weapons are drawn and crabs are deshelled.
I can't even smoke these.
So we were tangling with like essentially those similar people that had been waylaying us. Is that what you meant by the pirates?
Yes.
Okay.
You lock horns with them.
Right.
I want trophies, by the
I'm
way.
just saying, like over the course of these 3 months, it's not like just you're sitting back getting rusty. Like you guys are just beat to shit. You're a well-oiled machine, in theory.
In theory.
And then over the course of those 3 months, like I said, you'll be able to do whatever you want, but the deaths that you experience, you guys kind of watching Kat die the way she did was intense. It was kind of heart-wrenching or gut-wrenching in a way, but now that you have gone through what you've gone through at this point, it's kind of just like your morning routine. Like it's after your second the first one stings again.
Got used to it.
You kind of start to get used to it. This time, though,
Just a little.
as the let me see, where are we at? Coyote, Vandal. You, when you die the second time and the first time, you are very able to hone in on multiple situations this time. As your mind starts to sort these ideas, what would be a moment that you would regret?
It's sort of a mixed, bittersweet moment of regret and something else. I think the moment that would jump out to Belle is the day she finally got off Spar and sort of did a little stowaway action and just on the way to the space station, not knowing what to expect or how she was going to make a living just yet, but just trying to figure it out, and the big unknown out in the middle of everything.
You are able to pull basically that whole memory out from that giant wave of cognizant memories and pull them in, and you can replay it multiple times through the course of it, to the point where you're able to pick out mistakes you made where you're like, I'm a fucking idiot, and know that you were what you could have done better, what you could have done that would have benefited you, and realize the errors that you made, whether they were intentional, whether they were flares of human whether they were flares of human, what's the word, emotion, spikes of adrenaline, anger, rage. You're just having a shitty day.
Definitely could have said something cooler to intimidate the guy.
Exactly, yeah. There's a moment where, like, your mom, and you're just like, why the fuck did I say that? Where you're able to pull out this thing and watch it the entire time. You also notice that once you're able to pull that out, it doesn't just disappear in. You see exactly where it is, and you categorize it, make a mental note of it, and you're able to kind of slow down a few different things and notice where they are.
Start to have a little more lucid dreamy control.
Exactly, yeah, very much so. A lot more lucid control over what's happening. Likewise, Herod, you having gone down twice in the past 3 months, it's the same situation. What would be a moment? What would be Herod's saddest moment?
His saddest moment is earnestly probably getting on the ship to leave to Spear, because he's experienced a lot of rough things, but in terms of people that he's connected with, he finally has a life and everything, and it's just kind of sad to kind of close the door on, I guess, his old life and his family.
Absolutely, that makes sense. Similar situation, not quite to the point that Vandal is going through, but you're able not to relive it so much, but you're able to clear as day pull in right onto your wife's face, to the point that you can see the texture of her skin and the tear rolling down her eye that she wipes away before your child looks up and notices. There is a moment where you're able to see it so closely that it looks like you're looking at it under a microscope. You can see every beautiful imperfection of this woman that you love, and focus in on it. You can't relive it per se, but you're able to so vividly pull in on it and then look from her perspective at what she saw as you left, right up until the point where basically you take off. And it disappears back into that. Unlike Vandal, though, it does kind of lose itself in this ocean of memories as you are reborn twice. The other person was Fox. Kaiser. Kaiser, what would be your most embarrassing moment? Sherlock Holmes mind spells, yeah.
Kaiser has lived a full life filled with W's everywhere and very little L's, or at least he tries to repress. Yeah, at least he tries to push back the memories and pretend they just don't exist if there is.
And this is why it seems to hone in on this particular one. It sets itself out.
It's probably his first failure, his first real failure in his life. And it's super cheesy, but I think that would be it, because it's really like the first one. The first, I'm not talking, very young kid failure of I can't walk or anything like that. But I mean, probably the failure to catch the his one true love at one point. That one person that kind of caught all of his attention, and then
you pull in on this moment that you're watching this thing again, just like a constant, like, arms up, rolling in W's, and then there's this one moment that, whether you mean to or not, it flies past you and just stops as your subconscious holds on to this, and you see a young, overly cocky Zane basically attempt to do the things that have worked over and over again for him with women, with this woman and that's men. Clearly, and men, and that's clearly more, well, actually, I guess, is it a man or a woman? The true love.
1, 2 men, 3, 4 women.
Let's roll for it. Woo.
Alright, it's a man.
This one beautiful man in your past who was not impressed with the money and the wealth and the strength and the abilities. It was someone who was actually interested in you as a person. And looking back on it, you hardly think about this, but in that death, in this mind palace, you are exposed to this man again. His mind, or his face, clear as day, shows up in front of you, and you see how pathetic you looked to him in that moment, with what he thought there was more under the surface. And there probably was, but at that time, you watch it for a moment, and you can kind of feel disgust in yourself with how overly cocky you were in that moment as a young, early 20s, 19-year-old, whatever, jack-off. And while you still might retain some of those traits, you've calmed down a bit, but that particular moment sits with you really heavy. And you see now what you didn't see then is that just kind of disappointment in that they also saw more in you. But they turn around and walk basically out of your life at that point, in that one moment. And you're unable to see where the memory goes, but it flies into the amalgamation of screens and organizes itself. And you, it takes, Coyote, you're basically coming out of these things in about 2 hours, opposed to the original 6. It's like a revolving door for you at this point.
starting to.
Lindis,
Well,
your last
yes.
one takes 3 hours. Pisces, and this is the mind organization. The cloning process takes a while, like to actually build a human.
Right.
But your mind focusing itself is Fox and Banshee. Yours both take 4 hours. Still
I didn't die.
didn't die.
Just
Someone-
one for me.
Someone give this motherfucker a hug. No hogs. Only pain. Only pain and regret. And off-screen death.
Stupid.
Off-screen deaths.
So now we have this kind of 3-month period where if there's any sort of project you would like to
Well, first I would like to do the call with my mama.
absolutely so anything that
Rizabel, do you wanna be part of this?
Yeah, I'd happily be a fly on the wall or participant if you don't mind.
I'll put you up on my space Skype on my computer.
I'm just having a snack while we talk to your mom.
All right, let's go. So call the mama the day after.
she answers before the first ring completes and comes right in on the omni screen and just says Zizi, oh,
Hey, mama.
why would you worry me so much like this? I've
You know me. Everything's okay. Everything is always okay.
you say that. I've seen what's been happening. It's been a lot. Zizi, what's
Well-
wrong? What's happening? You look tired. You look hungry. Are they feeding you
No.
okay there?
Yes, they are.
Probably some
Holy
disgusting
shit,
backwater cooking.
At the same time you said it. Yeah, it was just a big day yesterday. A very big day. But everything's okay. I just had a couple of questions actually for you. Remember anything about that old world tales? You know, the thing. I think it was what 7 when we kind of went on a tangent on that. What was it? Barcher, and you know the round table thing.
Of course, yeah. The Arthurian legends.
Yeah.
I'd
that's
read
the
those.
one.
I'd read those to you all the time.
Yeah. Hey, tell me, Mom, anything related to that in the modern day? Anything, relevant to the old war related to that, or anything that would come up in your mind? And by the way, I have one of my
Yes, hello.
partner with me right here.
Is that a? You didn't tell me you met someone, Zizi.
No.
Oh
No, Mom, she's a colleague. She's part of the team, of my team.
Okay, she's a colleague. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
No
it's
worries.
Rezabel.
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Zane's
She-
mother.
This is
Yeah.
Saint's mother.
Saint's mother.
Actually, do you have a name for her?
It would be Claudia.
Claudia. Please call me
Yeah.
Claudia.
Yes, of course. Pleasure to meet you. But yes, your son
Wait.
was entertaining my questions about some old things, and you seem to be an expert. He speaks of you fondly.
Oh, I just love the romance of the old world. This gets me all fuzzy.
No, it's Maria. I forgot. I actually took note.
Maria?
It's Maria del Feligor Fox.
Foxhound.
Fuckhound. They called me a
Fuckhound.
fuckhound in college.
Maria.
Maria.
Mom, don't
del
talk like that in front of my friend.
God, I could take a dick. Should have seen me, son.
Stop it, Mom. That's
It's very bold of you, ma'am.
No, it's right. I forgot that we
No.
changed it to Foxwell. It's not Foxhound, it's Foxwell now. I forgot.
Should have seen me.
Well, either way, ma'am, do you happen to know, remember what caused the war in that old tale? What was the,
If it's the
Is
same
there-
thing
is
that
there a
causes all kinds of wars, it's always love, isn't it, sweetheart?
Oh boy.
It's always something. Yes.
What can you tell me about that character? I think it was some sort of Fae. I think Morrigan.
Yes. A friend of ours is wondering about the Morgan. It seems to be some sort of entity from those stories as well.
Well, the Morgan. This is
Does that
this
mean
is a little
anything
bit of a different interpretation. She comes up different names. Sometimes she's beautiful. Sometimes she's a hag. There are those who interpret her as the lady in the lake, but
Is she hostile?
in the stories, it depends on which one you read. Sometimes she is. Sometimes she's helpful. It depends on which version you have. My little Zane. Sometimes he'd wet the bed when he was 6, and I'd have to read him 3 or 4 stories before he'd go back to sleep.
That never
Oh.
happened, Mom.
We had 2
Please tell
beds
me
in his
more.
room.
That never happened, Mom.
True.
Keep saying those things, but they never happen.
Zanny, it's easy.
I give her. I hear you, Mom. Look, uh-huh.
All right.
The biggest peas. You've
Not
never
baby
seen.
photos.
Can you tell me what kind of character she is then in that story as a whole? Like,
Like, why are you
What
asking me
role?
this right now? Is something happening? Is something wrong? Are you okay?
I'm okay. It's
Rosabelle?
fine. I'm just doing my job.
Do you have a
right now.
thermometer?
Everything's
No.
okay.
I have an
I'm-
internal one. Hold on.
Yes, please
I'm,
take his
I'm-
temperature and show me.
It's
Put my hand on his head.
please do it.
It
Everything's
like
okay,
kind of
Mom.
pings up on the little.
See, it's a perfect
Google Glass
62
thing.
Celsius.
That's
I'm hot as
pretty
fuck.
normal. Well, yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm just doing my job. We're investigating something that I can't tell you about. And
Gee, I forgot you're a big boy Lancer
Well-
now. I'm so proud of
Yes.
you. We're all so proud of you.
He's
I'm
team
sure.
captain, you know.
am I?
Really?
Yeah,
It's easy. You
Thank-
didn't tell us
safe
that.
to say.
Imagine.
I mean, it makes sense. You're my son.
I nudge
Yes.
him.
All right.
36.
So
minutes,
yeah, that's why I'm just asking those questions. It could be relevant to what we.
Well, that seems like a very odd thing to
What
be
we're working
relevant, but in the stories, depending on the version, like I said, the hag was a violent, angry woman, while the woman in the lake was a helpful arbiter of justice. The other version was a buxom harlot that would lure in men and kill
Those are
them.
quite some juxtapositions.
This is what I'm saying. To pin down the Morgan would be tough. She's one of the only characters that seems to vary depending on which version you have.
I suppose we will have to find out. People have quite fantasies in our field of work. Very creative.
Yeah. All right.
It's time for a tour, though. Show me your room.
I'll leave you two too. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I'll let you give your mom your tour of your room.
All right. I give her a room tour and showing, all the little artifacts on the
ZZ.
God.
Oh my god, your bed's so small.
I'm gonna send you a second one.
That's the bed they gave you?
Yeah,
Susie,
it's
what
fine,
if
it's
you wet the bed
comfortable.
again? You'll need...
Oh my god, Mom, that never happened.
I love
some
Forrest
point-
lore.
At some
Word.
point in the time skip, like Belle puts another bed in his room.
a cot.
Just once.
You're rolling
Just
a
one-
Got
cot.
a bed in my room.
Like 3 weeks from now, when it's forgotten.
Just randomly roll a cot in.
Yeah, and then just leave it there.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Um,
All right. So, I mean, yeah, information she has probably too esoteric to be really used, but
It puts it in a little bit of a different perspective. I just
could
don't know what
mean-
version.
Yeah, it could
Cat-
mean the
cat
entity
has.
we're talking with might have different versions depending on the time we talk to her, maybe.
Personalities, perhaps.
Yeah.
NHPs are not something that necessarily work in our own reality all the time.
Yeah, true.
I
Okay.
guess we'll have to see what Cat is able to find out whenever it's released to us. Or her. Speaking of,
I just asked one last thing of my mom, and to just send me, any notes or any kind of book or anything like that she has on that, just so we have anything we would want.
Okay.
You get the AnyFlip link.
Yeah.
No, it's my
the
mom. It's not
Spark
an AnyFlick. She probably hand photocopied every page of the physical books and then sent them to me.
Yeah. She has the people on your compound rewrite them like Gregorian style, each individually, and ships you the books in
To
their
illuminate
rewritten
stuff,
form.
you know?
we'll toss it.
Oh yeah,
They had nothing to do that week, anyways.
What do we pay them for?
Yeah, exactly. I'm a job creator.
She created jobs for this. Hell yeah.
The Baroness. Yeah, no, Newbie is right. I am actually referencing the Darkstalker Morgan. It's just the
Nice.
giant titty
Oh,
vampire.
awesome.
That tracks.
It's titty
Sick.
vampire. Man,
Sick.
Darkstalker is so cool. Okay, so
Morgan Booba. Yeah.
Boob. The biggest booba. Not as big as Felicia, but
Darkstalkers.
okay, so let's
the
go.
only thing I know is the R34.
That's what we all know. It's also basically the game. So let's go through everybody individually. If there's a project you would like to do, something you would like to work on. If it's a reserve, it'll require a roll. If it's some sort of other crazy shit, feel free to do so. But let's start from Herod.
Hello. So I've been thinking, and obviously this is the first time, so it's going to be tough for me to land on kind of what I was. So I'm going to kind of give you conceptually what I would want Herod to do. So back when he was a farmer, what made him a lancer was that he was able to like kind of kit bash a gun, but he didn't have any rounds for it. He kind of took all of the collective like farming, like grain and everything that they had, and sold it to essentially like a middleman trader pirate person.
Yeah.
To get like one single round to do what he needed to do. So kind of thinking in terms of wanting a rifle or something like as a heavy weapon for my mech moving forward, like at least in the future, I wonder if it would be possible to reach out to that trader and be like, hey, I'm a lancer now. I've kind of come into literally infinite money. Do you have any blueprints or anything that I can look into in terms of kind of building a weapon, a rifle that is appropriate, but it's a little bit beefier than like a normal heavy material, something like that. And then, yeah.
In the terms of a reserve, I would say that it wouldn't be something permanent. Obviously, like reserves are kind of meant to be these things you have in a one-time thing.
Okay.
But I would say you would be if that was something you would be interested in creating, you would absolutely be able to create Hey, the music stopped. You would absolutely be able to create a almost one-to-one recreation of that one-shot gun you made, or a smaller version of it, and use it a couple times, or make it one big one that shoots a massive bullet. Similar, it would be similar to like a line weapon.
Okay. If that's the direction, then yeah, I would want to try to see if I could get like if I could redo that, but with like a little bit more high tech.
Well, that's exactly it's not made out of a old lawnmower and farming equipment.
a bunch of old equipment.
Yeah, it's an actual
If I
an actual
may,
weapon.
Herod, Belle's reserve idea is to work on her solar board, and if you were in the trench at the same time working on tech, happy to help.
He would welcome your help, but one thing that I want to make clear is he continues to call you Wardell for at least these 3 months.
Every time,
Unintentionally.
Intentionally.
That's what you get for lying to me, bitch.
He's completely helpful and kind and normal. Like, he's kind of come
I've
down
noticed.
off of it.
I've noticed.
But it's the one thing that sticks around, and it is 100% on purpose.
And there's every once in a while, like, it's you get the small expression of just, all right, yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah. So that is what I would like to do as a reserve, because that's actually a cool.
Okay. Do you have a weapon in mind or something in mind that you were thinking of making exactly, or?
So.
Because in my mind, I'm picturing a bullet that like goes through a bunch of shit.
My thinking was, I just want to have something that kind of like functions as a heavy weapon, potential but just kind of is a little bit better than a heavy material. So like a line with accuracy potentially, like an accurate line would be like awesome.
Yeah,
I would think.
Let's do that.
All right, so
if you wanna work on what that actually looks like in terms of mechanically,
I'll think about it.
Yeah, you can type that out while the other people are going at it. But absolutely, that would be something you kind of like perfecting something you worked on in the past.
And then, so would that be like an invent create roll?
Absolutely,
yeah. See if it's successful?
This would be with your background too, because you've done it before.
Sick nasty.
Boom! Easily done. You head down to the trench and start constructing this steampunk rifle that has like an exhaust and everything.
One kind of like, this isn't like a roleplay thing, but it is kind of a lore thing that I would want to do.
Absolutely.
Is over time. So Herod named his Sherman Typhon after the Typhon disaster, which is like part of his lore that you understand, Squid. And he after talking with the diplomacy officer, how he's like, your shit's gonna come back to you eventually. He sort of wants to sort of embrace kind of what happened, but he does also want to research and see, did they ever catch anyone involved in what happened? Are there like names out there in the world, just to put a pin in that for later?
On the people that black holed your ship?
Yeah.
What do you got? Do you have anything to roll for that?
I don't really have anything for like, I think it's like word on the street or anything like that. So this would just be me successfully being able to find, or if they were in the world and were successfully caught, or at least their names had come out into the world.
Okay. Let's just roll a straight d20 and add your background for what it was, because you knew how they rolled.
Damn. All right.
There's a bunch of different cells and shit that claim to be Horus, similar to what you saw on that online thing. Deciphering who actually is Horus and who just says they're Horus is difficult to decipher, especially for someone like you. You come across like 3 12-year-olds on Xbox Online being like, "I'm Horus," and you're like, "Tell me who your master is." You're just like,
got it. Okay.
Let's go to Banshee.
I want to go pick up a package from Maveen, or find out where I can go pick up a package. Hello, hi. I'm sending a mental line to Maveen. I would like to go pick up Mori. I'd like to go get Morrigan, or ask, or inquire.
It's about a nervous. You're like a postpartum depression mother that's been like separated from their child, and hasn't had a chance to hold them since the birth. It's been a nerve-wracking, constant updates. Where a constant couple months of a very little outside of it's coming. I promise. We just protocol. But within those 2 months, and after, let's say, about 2 months, you come into the trench, and Maveen meets you in there and says, "Congratulations, Kat. I'm sorry it took us as long as it did, but we have to be sure. I'm sure you understand."
Yeah, of course. I just curious, you know.
We have hooked up Wisp with a rudimentary NHP box casket.
Okay.
We attempted to integrate Morgan with multiple different systems, of which she rejected them all. She prefers to be addressed as a she.
Okay.
How she'll react to coming online for the first time in your frame, it is hard to say, but she has requested you by name.
Okay. I'm like visibly nervous. Like it's like a weird PTSD. Like, okay, this thing that I really want to interact with also killed me.
Well, she didn't technically.
Well, it wasn't a nice time. It wasn't a good trip, you know.
No, very bad.
Yeah. So I'm like, do I want to smoke that again? I don't know, but I think I do.
I'll just microdose this time.
Yeah. I'll just, rev the engine a little.
Well, the difference is this time you are not inviting her into your shell. You have her contained in Wisp. So the goblin frame you have your, actually pull it out here, pull it into the trench.
It was in the recesses of space. Oh no, it's right in the can I grab it? Oh yes, I can.
You should be able to pull out a new one too. It's up to you, but right. Whatever.
Where's the trench again? God damn it! I always
bottom left. It's the railgun deployment.
Gotcha. I'm going over to where Fox is. Meow.
Meow. Whoa. You connect online to the goblin. First let me ask you what does Wisp look like when you step into it? Because it's literally power armor, but like how do you connect with it?
So I think my two little floating little cat ear looking things that I have, my little cybernetic things, they're just floating, so they kind of just almost like drones go over to it, and they go right into the forehead of the goblin, and it just opens up like almost like Iron Man when he pulls it out of the suitcase, sort of.
Right, yeah.
And so it's almost like it's a gross, disgusting thing where it like latches onto my skin, and it like the machine like nano crawls up, and then like kind of amorphously loads over me.
Gross. Love it.
Gross.
As you step in to it for the first.
My head lights on fire.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. You step in, and as you come online, the kind of what is that folktale? The headless horseman, like headless horseman style, lights up around you in this kind of mythical style, and you see this. Implementation. We did it. That is a crow. There's a button in your cockpit that is a crow, and as you are there sitting in your mech, comfortable in your power armor, you look down and there's this overwhelming fear of fuck. And you can see it there with that predatory cock of its head looking at you, looking around, but there is this kind of almost activate button sitting there.
In my speaker comms to Maveen, I'll Okay, so you want me to activate, right?
There should be no problem.
Okay. And I'll hit it and I'll close my eyes.
You hit the button, and your visual representation of your HUD is flooded with this burst of wings as this feathers fly across the screen, and there's these kind of veins that show up across your entire HUD, like pulsing veins, and you're for a moment stun locked as your mech freezes, and then a burst of energy flies out from the back as that sigil is formed all around you of this the symbol that seems to represent the Morrigan, and it almost follows you like a war crest or a flag, similar to what Herod has. This kind of plasma neon light. What is the word? What is the word for them?
That sigil is right. Like,
sigil. Yeah, like exactly a sigil. Shows up behind you.
Am I dead? Maveen? Am I dead? Oh. Yeah, we have room. I can talk to you like this now, right? Would you prefer I type? Okay. What's it like when you're alone? Hopefully that will change in time. Right? Yeah.
How's it going? You hear Maveen's come over your comms.
Good, I think. We're just having a chat.
Good.
Everything's
Remember,
cool on the outside.
Banshee, you are in full control. Shutting down the frame will shut down the NHP.
Oh. Okay.
Don't lose control, okay? This is important.
Right. Yes. Yes, Overseer.
You'll be fine. You've got this.
Thanks, Mom. Right. Okay. Well, we're going to be spending a lot of time together. So... what, is there something special that you can do through these systems? Can I help you do it? Oh.
And I'll look and see that, like, I'm going to assume that, like, my mount is basically just consumed by this thing. Like, yeah. So it's like,
Okay. Thank you. Like, when we're connected, or when it's active, since it's power armor, I feel like it's even closer.
It's in your fucking face.
Yeah, like it basically just is my shadow almost. Like but am I getting, like, does it hurt the connection? Like, does it feel hostile? Does it feel like we
No,
are in sync?
It feels very in sync.
Okay. Okay. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, no, it despite their weird, ominous messaging and the way they talk, once you get past that initial burst of feathers and blood and veins, it is you're in a mech. You're in your cockpit. You are in control.
I think more so it was like Cat feels like is like afraid of this entity, but there's nothing wrong with the connect. It's like not like it was before in any way. Like, so
No, it doesn't
it's almost
hurt.
like phantom pain.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You whatever you're picturing is whatever you experienced, the trauma you had from the previous experience. You're carrying over yourself. You're not experiencing any of it at all. On a physical level, at least. Whether you are mentally is up to you.
All right.
And then roll a keep your
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. No shit.
Just a 10.
Fucking Christ.
Nice.
Nope. My bean's
Your
like, come on.
brain shatters for a moment. As the feathers and just your entire HUD is a gush of blood and violence as it re-clears, and in the center of your screen you are underwater, like
Wait, no,
dark
please,
underwater.
Please don't do this. It was so dark. Please.
It clears back again.
Just profusely sweating.
So
I
much
died.
danger. Yeah.
I died when they took you away, and I am afraid that if things go out of hand, it might happen again. Blood. It was like blood and feathers still, right? Like, it was just
Blood and feathers is what hit you and fucked up your HUD, but when you came to, it was almost like you were somewhere
underwater,
else.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You were in Wisp.
Yeah. Underwater. Was that you? Okay. Okay. No, Cat, you know how to handle this. You can handle this. Everything is okay. Remember, Spar. You haven't been there in this body, but you can remember it. And I'm gonna try to channel all my spiritual training and try to get a grip again. And okay, will you help me? Then this will work. We are meant to be together. What do you know of the future?
What did you ask her? Sorry.
Sorry, I'm processing that. I asked her, what do you know about the future? Does that mean anything to you? The water. How did you find me? We are meant to be together. I'll start doing combat training at this point and dissociate.
She loves that. Your tech attacks kind of form these almost like swords before they fly out. In each swing, there's these this kind of neon light that forms for a flash moment before it flies forward as you start these tech attacks, and each time you can just feel you two coming together.
Pog. That's sick. Okay. I mean, I'm deathly afraid and I'm scared. All right. I also wanted to make a mod. That mod we talked about, or that system thing we talked about.
Remind me what that was. Sorry.
The perpetual rain system, where I mark somebody and they are their perpetual lock on.
Yeah. Go ahead. Roll for.
Do you make it in Zane's R&D lab?
I'm in the arts and crafts room with everybody.
Hell yeah.
You walk in. It's a weird mix
macaroni necklaces.
It's a weird mix of chads and nerds sitting in this group. But go ahead and make a. What would you think it would be to make that?
It's making a system. So in my brain, that makes me think it's a code algorithm executable in a way.
Sure.
Would you potentially agree that because I don't know how to 3D print anything, so I could only write code.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's code for sure.
Yeah, so could hacker fix
it's not a
work?
physical thing. Yeah, I would say hack would work.
Okay.
Not background for it, but
yeah.
Go ahead and roll
Just
your hacker fix with just a flat 10. 2 Shiksheed. No,
Can
gosh.
I do it?
Thought it was going to be a 2. Yeah, you are able to make a use of your potential blood rain.
Yes.
Eternal blood rain.
Eternal blood sword rain.
Vandal? Oh, sorry. Is there anything else, Kat? Oh, sorry, I cut you off.
Those were the 2 things that I wanted to do. So
okay.
I'm all set.
Vandal. New look on life.
Yes. Things are weird. Got 3 months. And I think Vandal or Belle would definitely start with sending some stuff home, as I had mentioned, and asking for family to send her their old, just ceremonial armor back to Spear, if that's at all possible, and I send them whatever funds they require to blinkate that to Spear. Or can I possibly ask?
Yeah, so basically they send
someone
you
how to go about that.
They send you the 3D code, and it's instantly flagged as propaganda or some sort of alien tech. As you were called into the office at the trench for what is happening, as you were met by Everett.
No way. Hello, Everett. What's going on?
God, I love Mass Effect music. Holy shit.
But also, while at the Spear post office, Bill absolutely sends just literally 14 random tech items or various things. Each and every single.
Every single one of her 3 million size family.
I have to get one, otherwise I'll hear about it.
You come down to the trench through the giant elevator onto the work floor as Merlin is hard at work. Alon as well, working his ass off. And Everett is spit shining her giant fist weapon that is still not attached to a mech. And she comes down and says, "Hey, Vandal, what's up?"
Hello, Rip. That fist, ever impressive.
Yeah, someday we'll find a frame that can hold it. Anyways, listen, I got a giant flag from something sent from your home.
A flag? I didn't order any flags, I ordered armor.
Oh, sorry. I meant whatever you were packing or got sent here is a mess. Like, what is this?
Family artifact? It's very beat up and dusty, I know. It's...
She walks over and hits like a airlock, and a bunch of pieces of shit fall out of the side, and she's like, "You fought monsters in this shit?"
Well, it didn't look quite this bad last time I remember seeing it, but you know...
Yeah, no, this is garbage. I checked the specs, I've run the diagnostics. You're insane. And maybe crazy. And maybe stupid. But you're strong. No question.
It's no Everest, but it did the job.
What kind of shit did you fight in this stuff?
You know, poison spitting yetis, vile blooms, anything that likes to live in snowy jungles, which is a lot of weird things you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I don't really know what those words mean. But
Yeah,
you're a crazy
people
motherfucker. That's no one should fight anything in this. This is basically hockey gear.
Well, I would like to do something with it. Do you think I can polish it up? Or it's worth saving or turning it into something?
She grabs you by the back of the neck in a way that's like slightly aggressive but also friendly and says, "Oh, I'm working on it." As she swings you over to this computer and says, "Check this shit out." As she starts to go into all of these dirty mods. She's working in what you've seen Kat Banshee hack her way through the world. This is something different. This is like almost like Minesweeper in that she's like connecting these pieces and just patching all these holes and making it like soundproof. Whereas Banshee is constantly breaking through things. Everett is making it fit and work. And you can just see her like taking these pieces out, and she's like, "This is not a."
It worked. It has an attachment that I outgrew it.
No, we're absolutely not using this. This will not work. And she starts to just piece together.
Keep its charm, Ripped. Come on, don't. It's got some charm. Come on.
Hey, you can put whatever decorations and felt you want onto it with your weird old tribal family, but this shit, you're gonna die if you walk out in this. Hey, look at this. Look at this hole. Look at this. See that?
You know what? Fine. I'll fight you with that fist one day and that armor.
Oh my god, you'll be dead already.
One day.
And through the course of a kind of couple weeks of team bonding, and Merlin stepping in to drill and piecemeal the pieces together, you start to form the Atlas frame.
Cool. Working on it, building it up. With whatever little tech time I've got left. Could I work on that possible solar board mini reserve? That's
absolutely.
Whatever movement-based mini reserve. That sounds good. Just want to improve my
Atlas.
home one.
The Atlas is happening regardless and is available to you if you would like it. But the solar board reserve, if you would like to get it, is absolutely, you can roll for it. What would you?
Sure. I would use. Let me pull up that little tactical menu. With some past knowledge of having to repair that old shitty armor in my own mech and stuff, I have since learned in hacker fix and more of the rough around the edges kind of way, but can do that.
Okay. You can add your background for this. Need a 10.
Ooh. Is background another +2 or an accuracy?
An accuracy.
Okay. Yep. Meep. This deck is so old.
You start to carve this thing out. The atlas, regardless, is available, but the sword board that you start to make through the course of like building it, you walk over and start to build it and leave it kind of like in the middle of the floor. You've got what you think is a pretty good explanation of it, and then just a mech that's already completed drops on top of it. It shatters, and you see Merlin look over at you and say,
if you're about to say whoops, I know, but you're better than that.
Timber!
It is not my fault. You should
working on
have
something.
not left it on the floor unsupervised. Any work project should be labeled and fastened. Workspaces should be cleaned and left open at all times. This was not organized.
I've been here for 12 hours. You knew that. You've seen me. I've said hello. Yeah, it's been there for the last 3.
Look at my workstation. He's
all of these like nice places cornered off with like these bright red lights coming around.
If you want to work in here, please follow the protocol. Otherwise, maybe you should go work in the park or something. Would you like swimming?
You know what, Merlin? You need an attitude check today. You were friendlier yesterday, and maybe I'll have to reconsider bringing Mel's breakfast to the garage. So, you think about that. And I'm gonna leave and swipe up my scraps into a spot.
As you pass Herod, you just hear him go,
Water
"Whoops."
You get like a. Call me Wardell again. And leave.
That's what you get for not working in the safe environment of the
The R&D palace.
yeah.
What a dick. Okay. Fox.
All right. Well, I'm gonna talk first about the
Bad wedding.
whatchamacallit. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I was eating, so I put up the camera. So, whatchamacallit, the thing that we're building right now, they're called
What?
Another thing, the name of the thing that we can use in
Oh, the reserve?
yeah, reserves. There we go. So I would just like to go through the reserve first, because it's gonna be faster.
Sure.
But basically, in one of the other system that I play in, there's a power ability called Gizmo, which is basically an ability that allows you to have every quote-unquote game, you have 3 items that you can kind of just pull out of the blue, like, you know, like kind of a Batman utility belt kind of way, where you just pull out stuff out of the belt and it's useful in a situation. It can't be like a weapon or anything like that, but just a small item. Let's say, you know, it's a
It's kind of like a retroactive I prepared for this situation thing.
Yeah, well, yeah, but in my case, it wouldn't be retroactive. It would basically be me having communication with the R&D department and say, hey guys, remember how we work on that? Can you send me the blueprint for that right now so I can print it on my printer? Kind of shit. So, you know, just maybe like 1 per game or 2 per game, just being able to build a random small item that could help in the situation. That's not a weapon, not a system, not something like that.
For your
Just-
mech or for your pilot?
For my pilot.
For your pilot. So there is,
Yep.
I mean, there is a 3D printer thing. I think piece of gear.
Yeah, but I have that, but that would be literally
So
more
like an
advanced
improvement,
stuff.
an improvement
Yeah, yeah.
on that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
And what were your? So I don't remember the wording on what that provides exactly, but it's like kind of simple stuff. So what in
Yeah.
your mind, what would the upgrade provide?
So the upgrade would provide more specific stuff, like the small printer would print what, like you can
I
print a
forget
cup,
what the wording
or
is.
you
I
can
don't think
print.
it's a cup. I think it's a little more advanced than that, but like,
Yeah, but then
in your mind,
instead,
what are you picturing?
I could print like more specific stuff tailored for the situation. Let's say I need a very specific way of connecting to a place. I could print like a connector for that, or I could print a small, kind of. It's hard to say, but it's hard to explain. But print a small. It's basically just it's a small Deus Ex Machina machine, basically.
An advanced 3D printer.
Yeah. It would just be
Okay.
advanced printing, a little bit more advanced stuff, where I could just
So
go.
it would be. So
"Oh,
this
yeah,
would be.
We mean
Yeah, this would be a situation where, let's say, for a mission,
Yeah.
which can be pretty long,
Yeah.
depending on what is happening, you would have an upgrade to your 3D printer pilot gear.
yeah,
Okay.
where I could just go like one time or two time, depending how many time you allow it. Just
Sure.
go. Oh yeah, we have something for that in the R&D department. Let me just call up the boys, let them give me the blueprints, and
Sure.
I'll print it right now. Or for something more advanced than the normal 3D printer that I already have, so I could actually
Yeah, same thing.
just
Roll
write.
roll whatever you are create, I guess.
There you go.
It can be used for simple objects out of flexible and durable plastic as long as you have the right pattern. Yeah, so something a little more complex.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. And we
Okay.
can kind of play with that when the situation comes up.
Yeah. And it's up
Um,
to the DM to know, it's feasible, or it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, as
so
a reserve, you kind of
that's
have
how
a
it
little
works.
more room to work with. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Roll
Then I'll,
roll them bones.
I'll invoke my background as a creator, and
He's
also my
invoking.
inventor create skill trigger.
Yep.
Not one. Let's see it.
No,
Oh,
it's
never
still
mind.
14.
You die!
We can't see
sorry,
it.
another
It's
death.
private.
It
Right,
explodes.
it's private GM. Sorry,
I
it
saw
was a
It was a
14.
14. Yeah, I saw it as well. Yeah, you kind of work within the confines of your little R&D lab
So-
that you have,
so-
and
How I see it at this point would be just Zane and the group working on a bunch of projects, but never really necessarily finishing it fully, but really like giving out so much feelers and starting to work on projects. And when the time arrives where I need something, then I would call them up, tell them, "Hey, can you give me that? Can we work real quick on that? Try to finish it, and boom, it would be available."
Yep. Yeah, basically, you could call them on the line and be like, "I need this right now," and they would start to send you the data to do it. So yeah, so you can add whenever a mission starts, you would have an upgrade to your 3D printer.
Okay.
To your handheld printer.
All right.
That can be over and above flexible and durable plastic and whatever else. I trust you to be within the reasonable confines of what that
no
means.
worries. I'm used to play with the gizmo thing on the other game, so no worries. As I said, it can't be like a weapon or anything like that. In the other
Honestly,
game, just
I
for
would
example,
be okay with a weapon. Like in this game, that would not break.
that's the
anything.
kind of limitation I want to put myself into.
Yeah, whatever.
But in the other game, just for example, the guy that has Gizmo usually pulls up like, "Oh yeah, I have. Can I use like a super range transmitter? Can I like pull that out of my ass? With the small stuff that I have around me?" And it's usually okay. Small things that help in the situation. I'm just gonna call it Greater 3D printer.
Yeah. 2 handheld printer.
Two hand Greater 3D printer.
Takes 2 hands.
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything else they'd
That
like
was just my
to
reserve.
do? Okay.
So, I would like to start the project on what was her name? Baba Yaga.
Since
The project the project of talking to Baba Yaga. So, if you can, I would like to pull up like any kind of information on her that we have of her background and who she is and who she was and all that to start up.
you want to start looking into Baba Yaga, the person from BQ?
Yeah, the person from BQ, the one
Okay.
that we spoke about and were a little suspicious. So Zane said, "All right, I'll take care of it and I'll try to get information."
Yep. Sure.
So yeah, you would like to get information and then very slowly and casually, start trying to randomly encounter her and just slowly start talking to her very, very, very slowly. Maybe at first just like a nod or something, and then very, very slowly just talking to her if possible, and trying to know her know her a little bit better and all that, and then using kind of a little bit of the knowledge of the background. And he won't use lies. He will try to make connections between what he knows and her background, basically.
Okay. What would you roll for that?
Probably just trying to take control, because he's trying to kind of pull her into his own, into his way to try to pull her toward him and kind of take control of the situation, take control not of her but of her thought toward him.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Also, if I could invoke my background as a known playboy, I would do that as well.
Well, okay, now you're giving mixed signals.
No, but I mean, he knows how to present himself. That's what I meant. He's not gonna like slouch or anything like that. He kind of, knows his way around talking with people, which I don't.
Sure. Yeah, make the roll.
All right.
Also, tiny man bladder. 5.
Quick, level up. Get a license. Grab them all you can.
Level 4, level 4.
Quick, everybody.
That sounded bad.
Now I have to figure out what mech to use.
No, I got a 20. I got a crit, so.
You guys have to RP while I'm peeing.
Alright. I have to piss.
You hear an
going to the
explosion.
bathroom.
Cat, you see an explosion in the R&D lab. Zane is dead.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, snippity snap.
Maury gets pissed and blows up the entire asteroid.
Oh no!
Game over. He pissed one too many times.
I guess that's it then.
Pack it up.
We had a good run, boys.
That's it, everyone.
One day someone's gonna be like, Zane, why are you 3D printing plastic sheets? And someone's just like, don't ask him.
Wait, plastic sheets?
Your bed.
Oh.
Tira, are you sure you still want bonded if I swap from the Blackbeard to the Atlas frame? I'm not sure I'm
going
going
to.
to.
No matter what. You don't need to stack it with me.
I know, but the symbiote kind of makes sure it procs. We might not always get it to proc otherwise, so I'm not sure it's as useful. Well, I'm not sure how much you will be as a tech attacker at this point.
My speed is 6.
It's pretty. Guys, any thoughts?
You don't have to get bonded. It's okay.
No, it's not that I don't want to get bonded. I'm just if he removed he
It
gave me
doesn't
an
work
option
anymore
where
for
now you
Atlas.
can't symbiote on it because we're both half-sized.
Yeah, that's okay though.
I am just.
The Atlas is capable of essentially infinitely moving, so it can get kind of weird.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It just I'm gonna get it because it's helpful, no matter what.
No, I think it's a problem. I'm deciding as I figure out which.
Yeah.
which things to use. I'll decide when we get to combat if we get
I
to combat.
remove my bond with you. I am now not bond.
No, it just might not be as helpful.
The Atlas does double as a pinball machine. That's true.
But just your rifle has inaccuracy, so you need accuracy regardless. And if I'm next to you, it just instantly negates it.
It's very true. It's very, very true. Are you going to be next to me as a goblin, though? Is that how that mech will play?
Why not? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Listen, we played it and I haven't died at all.
Yeah,
You've died twice in the last 4 months.
You were doing combat training, so you should know by now, but it's fine. Make low blows.
If you don't know me by now.
So yeah,
William,
Hi.
still having the Blackbeard at the moment.
Yep.
Could I investigate its 3rd license level? Because what with the Morgan being super spooky Yuki and causing death of one of my best friends, and the little bits and pieces I've heard about the mech I had picked prior to this armor discovery,
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering about it. So Phil would just do some research as she's deciding which mech to take into combat. I'm asking about Sekhmet.
You're asking about what? Sorry?
Sekhmet. The next
the
next step,
NHP?
the next step the Blackbird would take me. I'm wondering like what the next thing would be, like where am I investing?
I don't know what the question is exactly.
Is there anything Belle could find out about the Blackbird licenses she's already got, and the following one that will come, which leads to Sekhmet? Is there anything I can research about that in the Despair?
Like about
access
Sekhmet?
file? About Sekhmet, about the Blackbeard level 3 license.
Yeah, you get a lot of horror stories about Sekhmet being handled incorrectly and killing their pilots because the pilot did not know how to use them correctly. You also bring up a bunch of remember those early 90s, early 2000s, or late 90s, early 2000s, like the snowboard videos where it was like with the trip hop music. It's like that, like compilation albums of someone just dropping a Blackbeard in the middle of a war zone and Sekhmet taking over and just destroying everything around it. Those still exist. I believe it.
All right. Just doing some research.
Yeah, the research you get is that it's an absolute nuke.
Okay. On that.
But used wrong. Even you get one scene where someone ejects out of their mech and Sekhmet just flies a grapple hook towards them and pulls them back in, rips them apart.
Ooh, okay. All right. Well,
during the intervening months as well, nice. Herod would just do small little temperature checks with Lancelot. Nothing intense, but just kind of popping in from time to time, as you do, but with the full intent to make sure that Lancelot
within the first month, when you the first pop in, basically, or not the first pop in, but pretty early on, you pop in to talk to Lancelot.
Hey, Charlemagne, what's up? I've actually signed up for self-reporting, and I'm ready to be cycled constantly. I've actually already had it done. I appreciate the talk we had.
I appreciate you being candid with me. How are you feeling?
Man, that was way too much. So looking back on it now, that was crazy talk.
Well, I think it was a lot for everyone, but you take these things and you look at them, it's like a learning experience, right? We grow from things like this.
I honestly hate to think what would have happened if you weren't around. I lost my speech impediment too. This is great, really. It's a win-win.
Well, whatever makes you you, as long as you continue to carry yourself with this level of personality, I'm happy to see it.
I am happy to see you anytime you come around. Listen, I owe you my life. Honestly, if we're being honest, I can't imagine what would have happened if I had gone down that path. It would have been an absolute nightmare.
Well, I wouldn't think to ask of what you could have envisioned for that, but I'm glad we are on the other side. And that's what people are here for, you know? We all work together. And as cliche as it sounded before, and it will still sound a little cliche, but we do what we can to protect the stars, right?
Absolutely. This is our round table, right? Working for Camelot.
Everyone keeps talking about the round table stuff, but I have almost made it a point to not learn what it is, so maybe I should
They've been there before, haven't you?
To where?
The Sitra.
Yeah, and Zane was talking about some Garturian tale or something of that nature. I didn't catch it.
I have no idea what the fuck that means.
Neither do I. He had a huge stack of papers, like multiple stacks with really intricate writing, all like hand scripted. I think his mother sent him a care package. There was also some plastic sheets. I don't know what that was, but there was just so much to go through. I don't even think I want to approach it.
Yeah, listen, I haven't really had much interaction with the rest of your team outside of the quick blinky bursts, but everyone seems pretty cool. I got nothing bad to say on my end.
Weirdly enough, they're more people than I am, but for some reason I drifted in your direction. I'm sure they have all sorts of different people they interact with, NHPs and the like.
Yeah, man, we're all people, you know? By talking to me, that makes you a people person.
Well, you might be the only person that I've really taken to in the intervening 4 months I've been here, so...
Why do you think that is?
Maybe you could just say I come from a very solitary background, so making friends has not really been a thing that I've been accustomed to.
Alright, cool, man. Hey, well, come hang out anytime. I can even show you how this shit works. It's pretty wild. Backing into Blink Gate, basically, you're constantly in blink space over here. It's a ride.
Wait, you are constantly in blink space?
I mean, kind of, yeah. You have to be.
Oh, because you...
Here comes... The shit comes through. I gotta be. I'm the toll gate.
I didn't think of it that. I sort of, in my mind, looking at how you function, I imagined it was just like buttons and approving, but I suppose you are part of the gate making it function, right?
Yeah.
Turns around, slaps his wires.
Oh yeah, baby, I'm connected.
Well, I earnestly don't think I have the capacity to understand, but maybe you can brief me and I'll work my way.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. But yeah, and then just kind of and then like, I guess my tobacco grows really fast, so I just snag it.
Yes, you have way more tobacco than you know what to do with.
Sick. All right. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
it.
Lancelot has lost his speech impediment.
Yeah, well, Lancelot.
I hope
Well,
he's better? Question mark.
Depends on
So,
your view of the world.
Philosophical problem.
Listen, Spear is fine.
So, Squid, what happened with Baba Yaga?
Oh yeah, what'd you roll?
22.
22. I'm going to be honest with you. She is a relative dead end. Like you get the impression that she is kind of just a piece of shit. Like she's a bit of a shit poster. She is not a whole lot outside of what she appeared to be. Like she's a very unique person in her history and how she got here. But like in terms of what she is relatively chill. How do you word this? She presents herself as more interesting than she actually is.
Oh, so like me. Nice. All right.
Yeah, she's not like there's, obviously I'll reward things when they lead to certain aspects, but Baba Yaga is someone that she would have been in that chat room, essentially calling herself a Horus hacker, and she is not.
Yeah. All right. Figured, but still.
Yeah,
At least it's
crossing off something is as good as finding something, essentially, right? Like you've blocked off something that's You're. I can say you are 100% confident Baba Yaga is not compromised.
Okay.
One last sticky
She's
note.
not anything.
No, she's a basic bitch pretending to be cool.
All right. Well, then after those three months, I will report the finding to the team. I know that Herod was the one that was calling to investigate her the most.
Yeah.
Back when we had the talk, so yeah. So one day after having a last conversation with her, Zane will go back, kind of put his feet on the table, and just go like, "What a shit show that was." Hey Herod, you in the room?
Yes.
Hey. Yeah. After a couple of months talking with that Baba Yaga chick, no, she's nothing. I can guarantee you she's just literally nothing.
Well, at the end of the day, it's almost like a voice in our head said it, but it's better to know for sure.
Definitely.
I appreciate your effort on that.
Hey, yeah.
I feel like pretty much everything's sort of dead-ended, but we will find other avenues with this black hole, blue hole hacking, or whatever else you all are up to. But there's more to this story than we know now.
Definitely, and there's still most likely a mole around us. And yeah, that was the second thing, Squid. While this came about, I would put feelers. I wouldn't necessarily actively look for it, but I would slowly start to put like rumors and feelers among the staff that Zane is kind of here because of Horus thing, and he's always been interested in Horus stuff, and just spread those rumors, see if that leads to anything, and but you won't actively try to search for the mole for now. Just put out feelers, try to if possible slowly get them to contact him by spreading those rumors and kind of talking about Horus in a semi-good light during conversations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Easily done. But at the end of your montage of events that took place, we are jumping back into the action. The sit rep is going to happen tonight, and we'll go into probably directly into combat right away next week. So right now, you get a ping from Guinevere as she requests you all at the round table.
Swimming, but
Oh, okay.
shuffle back to the turtle shell as
I start
just a
running.
minute.
Gotta go get more. You gotta go get more.
Do we have to go back to the turtle shell for this, or?
No, you don't have to.
Then yeah, Zane is definitely in the lab, munching on something at the same time as working, and then he answered that.
You come into the round table, and however you choose to do that, whether it's cybernetically
So cool.
in your mech or in a holodeck or omnipad of some kind, but you are all brought into the sit rep round table as Guinevere appears. Look at those cool mechs. Yeah, look at these motherfuckers. So cool.
So cool.
Wisp is so little with this giant banner.
Yeah.
And you come in as Guinevere greets you as you come in.
Welcome, Knights of Cradle. Thank you for answering the call once again. You have had a turbulent journey to get here. But we have finally zoned in on the pirates. We know now that they are calling themselves by two names. The Devil You Do and the Devil You Don't. Right now we have hacked into and come into contact with a distress call. The distress call is coming from a relatively well-known station known as the Black Hole. We've received a distress call from a person known as the Baboomshka. A former Lancer, I'm told. Our records show that she was a former Lancer that has taken on a more relaxed role as the owner of what is now known as the Black Hole and the Blue Hole. Just 1 sec.
You say your name was Baba Boomshka?
Baboomshka.
The Baboomshka, like babushka, but with a boom.
Got it.
Bababooey.
Just checking. Baboomshka. That's funny.
Yeah. Babushka.
Sorry.
It's my favorite name. This was a former Lancer. Apparently she was at one point famous for her... Oh fuck, what's it called? Barbosa usage. Which is where she gained the nickname the Baboomshka.
The Barbarossa?
Barbarossa, yes, sir.
No problem, Gwen.
Now, we have a distress call from the owner of the Black Hole, who we now know as the Baboomshka. Permission to play it.
Granted.
Voice prep. Voice prep.
Now he's gonna piss again.
I made myself laugh.
Made myself laugh over.
I'm just so funny. LOL. Over.
We're overrun with fucking pirates! We need your assistance immediately! The people who have came and said that they are friends have turned their back on us, finally. I knew it when I was doxxed at that one time, and now they are overrunning, attempting to take the core out of the blue hole. I need your assistance immediately. Anyone responding? Please, assist us. They are threatening to blow up the entire system.
We need to go.
Guinevere, can you send us all a dossier of Baboomshka's time here at Spear?
She was not at Spear. The Baboomshka has never been at Spear. She is a Outer Rim Lancer pilot.
Does she have her training records or anything on her fighting styles?
There are exploits. But rumors are that she has given up her piloting a long time ago. Word on the street is she does not even have a mech anymore.
Well, word on the street isn't always accurate, but
It is
I
not.
do know.
Now I've pulled up what the blue or black hole will look like. This is the scout information we have received. Their ship over to the right, a relatively smaller class, Nave-size ship. Our first mission, we will have to come in cold, meaning you will be launched from the railguns with your mechs in a turned-off position. at some point here, here, or here. Your goal at the moment is to take out Midas. He seems to be the leader of those on ground control at the top. Now he is a general style mech capable of giving very intense directions to his crew. The operators, we are aware, are capable of shooting a high-caliber energy rifle, while the Phantoms is an unknown tech we are unfamiliar with. The Gribs as well. I apologize.
It's quite alright, Guinevere. Thank you for what you do have.
Whereas Big Chungus is a size 2 what is he? Barricade. Capable of printing out high-level, high-tier cover, as well as keeping you from being able to move. If we are to succeed in this mission, we will need to take out Midas in 4 rounds.
Or else what?
Or else those inside will gain the upper hand on us.
Time limit as always.
In listening to that playback, what exactly is Midas's goal? Something about removing something?
A core from Blue Hole?
This is the part that is a bit mixed with rumors. But there is some sort of alien technology on this planet. I've pulled up an interior scan. Inside the Blue Hole appears to be some sort of high-level core. This appears to be their main goal, what they're trying to extract.
Do we have any intel on what its capabilities are, aside from powering an entire asteroid-like planet?
The understanding that we've gained from our relatively rudimentary info is that this core is capable of passing through other planets' atmosphere and extracting water from it.
They're going to take what? That's... okay. That is catastrophically bad.
Yes.
Do we need to get inside after?
Oh, no.
Yes. There's no question that you will need to go and push further inside once the Midas is taken care of. Unfortunately, our scans and our information is unable to provide information on what is inside. Besides this general layout, I'm unaware of what enemies and what kind of...
Do mechs fit inside?
Yes. This is a large...
Guinevere kind of pauses on this word.
grotto?
That's correct, I believe.
So the Midas is kind of holding guard currently while whatever malfeasance is happening underneath in this core, correct?
That's right.
Well, I'm sure something bad's happening because there's the piano and I think some weird, like, electronic device and a lot of bottles on the floor.
We know that the Blue Hole was used for many pastimes.
Oh.
Looks like
No,
a
that
bar
makes
to
sense.
me.
That makes sense.
The
And
crystals should be able to provide cover as well as the structures, but as for how that core and vortex will structure or will function, I cannot say.
once we theoretically return control, or get control of the black hole or blue hole, are we to return power to Baboomshka, or are we to relinquish it to Spear's will?
Once you are able to calm down the situation, I would imagine Baboomshka would be happy to provide any sort of information you have, or she has. It would help us on our mission. Clearly they've had some sort of further interaction with this organization. The implication from her message is that they were regulars and eventually attacked.
Is the layout of this landing area open, or are these blue areas terrain that we cannot cross on or open to the below?
I'm glad you asked, Herod. Very astute. The black hole operates under a welcome mat to all ships of personal size. This functions essentially as a pocket of its own atmosphere. Landing in here will provide you with soft cover, but will also provide you with a difficulty shooting out of it because of the film. You can move freely through it at any point, at anywhere, along the side, but doing so would expose you to the elements. Now, being exposed to the elements inside your mech, there's no issue. Even in your still suit, you will be fine. There is an artificial gravity provided by the core inside. But while inside there, those along that film, you were able to walk. You could go in naked if you chose to. Don't go in naked.
No thanks.
That a challenge?
So outside of that pocket, is it 0G?
No. There is a odd gravitational pull provided by whatever that core is.
Guinevere, we
Yes.
have reason to believe that the DDoS attack was in retaliation for something. Is there any record of any prior communication or prior grievance with the regulars at the black or blue hole?
The what?
Are there any
DDoS?
records of what? They were attacked by Horus lately, beforehand.
Yes.
We witnessed it.
But I would
But
say
they-
there is a very high possibility that those things are correlated.
They mentioned that they were doing this in retaliation. I'm curious to see if there's any information on what was the triggering event.
Based on
Potentially what
the
happened.
information we have and the distress call from Batumshka, it seems they are attempting to extract her core.
I think we'll only know if we talk to Babushka for any further information.
Sounds about right.
Now,
Well,
potentially they asked her for it, and she said no.
Over there they have it.
That's fair.
But you will be able, as you can see, I've labeled the cover and what the sizes of each of them are on this overlay.
Guinevere.
When do we part?
Immediately. Now, unlike normal deployment, this will be a cold deployment. You will be shot from the railgun with your power off. Only auxiliary power will be available, with minor communication and a short range between sensors. The deployment speed or time to stay out of their range would be about an hour.
Alright.
Does that mean essentially on our first interaction, we will need to use our first, I guess, action would be to activate our mech before we are able to enter combat?
No, you should be able to power it up upon landing.
Okay.
But that will trigger their sensors. Beware the operators and the Caravan. The Phantoms, I wish I could provide more information. The understanding I have from the little bit of information I've been able to pull from the OmniNet is that Midas has a zealous following.
More radiologs.
The ship appears to be docked and punctured through the civilian building. Whether it has any information on it, I cannot say, but it is not our priority target because We need to take out Midas.
Is that that ship powered?
What do you mean?
The ship on the right. Is it
Is-
currently powered and ready to shoot on us?
No. The ship has been used as a boarding vessel.
I see.
Can we expect reinforcements in any capacity that you're able to expect or foretell?
As a general rule, it is always best to assume reinforcements are on the ready at some point.
Just checking.
But I cannot
Well-
say for sure. Our scans have not picked them up, and inside it seems to interfere.
Noted.
The good news is they're all in a bunch right here. So
Well, we have an hour of travel time for them to change their mind.
Ideally, if we're able to pull it off, they should not know you are there until you are there.
That's the point.
Unfortunately, you will need to land on this section.
Are there
Yeah.
any risks with the cold deployment
There
that we should
shouldn't
be
be,
aware of?
unless you try something.
I'm not
Lancer.
going to say anything, Guinevere. I just wanted
Lancer.
to know.
It's just,
Thank you.
The cold deployment is one of our safest deployments. It is a lot safer than the high velocity deployment.
yeah,
Okay.
all right.
As
Feel
well
better?
as the breach deployment.
Well, I look forward to trying those sometime, but for now,
I'm sorry I asked.
Don't be. There is
All right.
no silly questions.
Oh, there's plenty of those. They're usually funny.
alright, we are compatible. And I look at Herod for a moment.
Herod and me are already studying the map intensely for opening gambits.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Are you ready?
Herod's got one of the sticky notes that Reznabel provided, or like he stole from, and he's writing down like what he wants to try to do, and just so he's gonna stick it up in his.
Make sure you don't get overwatched
Cockpit.
by 6 people.
Point me towards my armor, Guinevere. Time to be a knight.
Assume they are ready, and that there will be zealous soldiers willing to give their life. I believe in you. I trust in your resolve. Good luck, Lances.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
god.
See you at the table.
As you guys
Oh my
head
God.
down,
Where are we dropping, boys?
we're
Boys
dropping.
Where are we dropping, boys? Where are we dropping?
Okay.
I mean, the map isn't there anymore, so.
We're up in the bottom left or bottom.
Where are we dropping?
Bottom left, you
it-
go over to the trench. Your deployment, the cold launch is from the railgun deployment. So you head over into without your max.
Yeah.
Slush.
Everyone's just like,
That's
no, you could just put on your armor. Are you going
I'm
in
wearing-
Blackbeard?
I've undecided. I'm gonna
Okay.
think about that. 'Cause I think we have a little bit of time, but
In the
I'm gonna figure
meantime,
it out.
put your mechs in the space where you guys are right now. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop.
Where did you store them, Squidliam?
You should just be able to pull them out. Like
Just
not your
drag 'em onto
pilot,
the map.
just drag it on.
Mine is coming slowly. Very slowly.
There.
There he is.
There he goes. Come on, come on, come on.
Neck smaller than
Can
the
you-
pilot, so.
The false Kaiser.
Yeah.
Meow,
Thanks.
meow. But I will decide by next week.
Okay. As you guys load into your cockpits, you walk over to the deployment zone, and these elevators, these massive elevators, they're built for size 3 mechs. And there's one where Charlemagne is, that's built for size 4. And it lowers you down, and you are dropped into back, almost like similar to a pinball machine, where you just feel like all of this pressure loading up behind you. The instructions to set in for a cold launch start to trigger, where your core is shut down and you are only on auxiliary power, where you're able to communicate with each other, but you have no communications back and forth between Spear. You will essentially be launching in this like coordinated cheerleader style launch where you can talk to each other, and that's it. For an hour, you will be stuck in this space where you're launched from this. Yep. You sit back, launch on, grab on to the parts where you're supposed to, the different levels where you're capable of grabbing onto. You get the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As you're launched out into the black of space, the place is far enough away, with an hour of cold travel, that you're unable to tell where you're going. As you are launched out into space.
Can you drag Lindis back up to...
Oh, did Lindis?
Yeah, he left.
Disconnected.
Lindis got scared.
3, 2, 1, and it went... boom.
There you go, Lindis.
Let's be together.
No, I can't believe Arad accidentally closed communication in addition to his core.
As you guys are flying through the blackness of space, you can all see each other's mechs, and Spear starts to fade away as you get prepared for your first level 2 official mission. As you fly towards the black hole. And that's where
Oh my god.
we're gonna end tonight's smashing.
Hell yeah!
Alright.
All right.
Man.
I think
Running.
before next game, we should at least think of something we can start with for the fight.
Opening
I always
combo.
have cool ideas, and depending on how much range and how close I can land, I might be able to try to do something nuts.
Cool. Squid, would you be able to, during the week that we're in between games, leave that map up so we can use it, or like post it somewhere where we can reference it?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Also,
I'll
I
post
redid
it
the sync.
in your thing.
I redid the sync on my character sheet, and now the Everest is back on it. I'm
Hell
pretty
yeah,
mad.
take that,
You
slut.
just gotta, you gotta re-drag it over.
The fuck?
It doesn't work. The sync doesn't work.
Yeah, you gotta drag it from the compendium.
Just don't be a stupid idiot.
All right.
Oh wait, there it is. The black
don't
hole.
just don't be a newfie. But hey, we can't have everything.
Come on, dude.
Okay.
There, I put it in.
Make sure-
I put it in the Lancer, so you should be able to put it in there.
Got it. Zane, real quick, make sure you what were you just saying you weren't able to do? Sync your thing. Make sure you make your new mech the active mech. There's
Yeah,
like a weird
that's
button.
what I did.
anything.
That's what I did, and it doesn't do
Alright.
anything.
Did you republish the data and resync it
Yeah.
the old way?
Little
okay.
bitch.
Well then.
The only hazards besides that soft cover and the other cover you can tell is that the circle tanks, like the one next to Big Chung Gus,
Hmm.
that style, and the one next to the operator and the one in the very back are water tanks, and they're pressurized. So if you targeted one of those, you could push someone out of the
Cool.
cover that they're in.
I know we're not there yet, but would you be able to tell us now how much like health something like that would have?
What,
Like
the
just
water?
like a tank, like a water tank. Like
Oh
how
yeah.
much?
Well, I mean, like just
There
to hit a geyser would basically be 5. Like
Okay.
to break through, to puncture through that tank would be 5 damage.
Okay, perfect.
That wouldn't
Like a
destroy
gun.
the tank, but it would just it would puncture through it enough to shoot a geyser. And if you wanted to knock someone out of position, it's a hull save. So if someone's way behind hardcover, you can't even see them. you could potentially try to pierce through the tank and shoot through.
What do you think? What is the closest? What is like the furthest forward on this map that we'd be able to launch?
For the cold launch, basically you see where that like private parking VIP section is on the top or bottom left.
Yeah, with the two.
There's that
two
one.
ships.
No, just the one ship over like so the sun. You see the sun there?
Yeah. Mhm.
Right below that, there's that like VIP parking space.
The little jetty for that one low guy.
Yeah. They're down basically.
Okay, so we'd probably be adjacent to that on top, and that's as far in as we could be.
Above
yes.
that blue shape or below that
Yeah.
blue shape, right below the sun, in like the parallel line.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get as close.
Now, if
to
there
them
was
as
if there was
possible
some if
to
you
start.
wanted to risk it, I would be happy to do a roll of some kind. If you wanted to risk getting closer for a cold launch, I don't know what the consequences or anything would be yet, but that would be something we could discuss. Absolutely.
Yeah, think about that because depending on the knowing what the consequences are, I would depending on a lot of factors. There's a potential.
Well, you tell me
fun.
if you come up with what you want to do, I'll tell you what the risk is.
I just want to try to launch and land.
Because the closer you
trajectory.
land, the more likely you are to be spotted before you land.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just want to
So
try
that-
to.
Yeah, the whole point of the cold launch is that like you're not visible on scanners or visually.
Okay, just minimizes.
Yeah, so if you're trying to land closer, you're on scanners at that point. Because even auxiliary power will show up.
No, I think I could still do what I want to do in the first turn without getting super close.
So yeah, I was thinking we might get to combat, but there's just too much shit that happened. there was an insane amount, whether you felt it or not. There was an intense amount of lore dump. Obviously, some of it was very obvious on the surface, but a lot of it, there's an intense amount of shit happening around you.
And stuff that might have happened to other people in our group that they may or may not be unaware of, question mark.
Question mark.
I don't know anymore.
Not me. Does anyone have any what ifers?
I ask now what would have happened if Lancelot didn't self-report, or is that still up in the air?
Oh fuck. If Lancelot didn't self-report,
Yeah, like if he cascaded or whatever.
yeah, it would have been an absolute nightmare scenario.
Big bad things. Big bad
Yeah, I can tell you now that you, after I kind of I rewatched the VOD and watched what you said. I went through Lancelot's kind of mental process, and yeah, it would have been a nightmare scenario. So good work.
Dang.
I want a previous.
Would have been bad. It would have been a lot of consequences to deal with. If you had have kind of just been like, listen, Lancelot, you do what you got to do to be yourself. You're the best person that you are. You would have been like, yes, I am.
I opened the blink
God.
gate to everyone.
I mean, yeah, like yeah, that's
You never know.
that's a lore canon, yeah. Yeah. So long story short, bad,
Mhm.
really bad, potentially the worst.
Potentially the worst.
That was intentionally designed to be a situation that could have led to something catastrophic.
Big catalyst. Big catalyst.
Yeah.
Way to go, Herod.
Way to go.
Yeah.
Does
and
that does that stuff happen if we don't interact with Lancelot? Like anyway?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh no, who are we not talking to?
Let's talk with everybody.
Oh no.
Well, I mean,
My-
like I mean that particular interaction started what happened there. So like it's not like you're missing something and you're fucked up. Like it's the interaction you created made that happen. and the consequences also would have made it happen. But yeah, the reason he talked weird and his speech impediment and all that shit was because he was ready. He had to be cascaded, according to everybody but him.
Mm-hmm. And God.
No, God didn't want him to. Or sorry, didn't want him to be cycled, not cascaded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would have loved to open the blink gate to God. Absolutely.
Can I ask
Can hear him
now?
better. Sure.
Can I ask now what would have happened when I didn't, say I didn't make the heroic roll with Najal? What would have happened then? I want to know what the juicy, crazy nonsense scenario is from that.
If you didn't roll, when she was checking your files,
Yeah, when she checked the bioscanner into the hacking class.
you would have made an enemy.
Oh.
Najal would have been very hard on your case. It would have made your plea to Maveen much more difficult.
Interesting.
Najal would have been hostile.
Disappointed. Okay, cool.
Interesting.
Big angry.
That means we would have been in serious danger during the arena.
It's possible.
Najal would actively have put nets and drones on us.
Rancid
No.
Vertroil. What's up, man?
Okay. I was curious to see how that was going to play out.
Yeah,
Knowing now
she
how it has
wouldn't.
played out.
You would have, like, the failure state would have been her. The same thing would have happened, and that you would have passed through, but she would have absolutely become hostile.
Interesting. To who?
Both of you.
Both. Okay.
Yeah, because she would have seen your fingerprints all over it.
Oh yeah. The little gremlin hands.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Hey, son of God. What's up, dude?
But yeah, damn.
Vandal, you got any what ifs?
Oh.
Man, what if I just gave the Pettybones the worst, slowest stall tour instead?
Yeah, what if we
What if you didn't
What if we
expedite the
bankrupt them?
process?
If we didn't send them to war prison, well, how bad would that tour ripple affected? I know overall the outcome would have been devastating, as you'd mentioned, but just silly wise.
I don't know, honestly, because it would depend on your reaction to them landing and what you did.
Fair enough.
It would.
Fair
I had things ready, but
Fair enough.
yeah, it's hard to say, really.
What if we did the hostile takeover?
Hee hee.
A war would have started.
It
I'm
would
not sure I've
have.
got any other big ones at the moment.
Fox, do you have? Was that your what if?
Yeah,
If you had have started a hostile takeover with the Pettybones, it would have been.
Barren war.
It would have been a dirty barren war that Spear would absolutely not want anything to do with. Nor would they appreciate the attention
Mm-hmm.
drawn towards them. Also, when did you change your name? Amo, son of God. And it used to be Bong Wizard or Giant Mountain Bong Wizard.
Giant.
Giant Mountain Bong Wizard. It's pretty good.
But yeah, so yeah, that's it. Would have been there would have been a success state where you absolutely would have fucked the Pettybones over, but it would have caused a terrible ripple.
yeah, but at least they wouldn't go to prison. They would just be ruined.
I'll eventually have more.
Not gonna lie, I do feel bad about what happened to them.
Just a little,
Don't feel
but like,
great about it.
you know, I'm moving past it.
You're just trying to blot it out your memory. It's like, yeah,
You
no.
know, some things you learn from, you grow from, you look back, and you don't do it again.
Oh yeah, that's a good question from Newbie. What would have happened if B Squad failed?
Hmm.
So if B Squad failed, the asteroid would have collided with a quarter of Spear, causing devastating damage and casualties. depending on the quarter it hit. At which point it would have triggered a combat for the party.
Well, for three of us.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
me.
that I guess. Yeah, in retrospect, it would have been rough. Although
But
probably
you narratively chose that to
exactly.
lie.
come in,
yeah.
like,
So
2 rounds later.
if they failed, the failed state or even the half fail state that they also passed, it would have been. I wouldn't have done it when Banshee was out. Then it would have been like right when she got back, or right before she went down, or something. I wouldn't have.
Could you imagine?
I would have made you.
Oh.
I would have made you
No.
fight on the wreckage of 1/4 of this map.
Cool.
Do you have the wrecked map already prepared?
No, I didn't have to because they fucking succeeded. So
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't make the map
that.
yet because like I was gonna make it if they failed, because then I have to pick a quarter that got destroyed. So it could have been the classrooms, it could have been the
Not
civilian
Trinity Park.
district, it could have been the Mel and R&D, it could have been the trench.
Could you imagine if it was R&D? That'd be catastrophically horrible.
It would be bad.
Mhm.
And then you would have been fighting against Last Resort yourselves, and whatever
Dang.
extra things survived.
Damn.
All right.
So yeah, that
Alright.
was the plan. If
Thanks,
B squad
B-Squad.
B squad
Sweet.
F Last Resort, yeah. He was cool. He had a cool voice too. Wait, where is it? Where is he?
Last report or last resort?
Both.
Remember where he is.
Ugh,
Nice voice.
cool.
It wasn't that one. I forget. I think I might have deleted it when he died because I didn't want to think about him anymore. Anyways, good session, lads. We will get into the nitty gritty of your combat next session as we launch directly into the cold state deployment zone.
yeah.
Herod, if you would like to do something extra wild, you're more than encouraged to. I'm sure
I think
dying
I
has
can
no
accomplish
consequence.
what I need to do with just a movement and a boost. So I think I'm fine. Plus, I don't want to get shot out of the sky.
Yes. No, not good.
The important thing to remember is that Sin is dead, which I thought was pretty cool that you chose to contact him to figure out what was going on. That was very cinematic, Zane. I liked that. Without having to say anything, you just contacted him first, and then he's dead. That was great.
How did he die? It was awesome, right? Got blown
It
up
was
a million-
awesome, yeah. He jumped out of his mech to hack a turret or a terminal to shut off the.
He's a hero!
He is a hero,
No, manipulators are everything.
and then got shot really aggressively. He basically took
He took
no damage the entire fight. Basically because he just like hung back and threw out lock-ons and like important information. Yeah, his mech was basically unharmed, but the one time he got out to try and clutch the turret
Oh,
thing,
buddy.
he got destroyed.
It is dangerous to leave your mech.
Yeah,
didn't have
exactly.
manipulators.
He did not, no.
Just trying to get it done.
Diggity
Cool.
dang.
Yeah. So good session, lads. We will jump into combat next week.
Hell yeah, let's go with the new shiny map.
Bueno.
Yeah, now I gotta figure out what your atlas does.
Yeah, if you want
I'm not sure.
if you want to choose
I
to
wasn't
Matless, feel free to do so.
not
Be-
sure, but I didn't expect to get it so soon, so I gotta rethink it.
If you wanna rock Blackbeard for now and then switch after this, that's more than fine.
I may still build into it. I'm undecided, but thank you for.
Yeah, Banshee
Giving
did
it
play
to me
with
early.
Banshee was the who were you first? You were the You're-
Hello! I'm
Hello.
Sijin.
Sijin, that was it. It's mom. Yeah, it is mom.
Yeah.
Alright, lads, good night. Stream. thank you for hanging out. I'm
Josh
going to
Green.
smoke legal weed and go to sleep.
Oh, same.
Oh man. Good night, everybody.
We will see you next week where combat will take off, and we will see if Beast's whack is capable of surviving until the
Later,
next
nerd.
one, and figure out why the fuck they keep waking up faster each time they die.
Ah,
Yeah, if I've been fucking cloned before and I don't know it, Squid, what's up? Why?
Too
Why
late,
waking up?
bye.